Any other point here on HRA you to them when I'm over? Ke don't know what we learned yesterday for extra time. All right, Chico Pascal a copisa, it often like I kept the opener from talking about the 4 objectives that this wellness. It's not a good piece. I remember see, you know, well in on HRA. All right, we do over that rights and responsibility. Yeah, I see what you can spend. But it's the Nakwaka if you did the OLJ come to objective 1 and 2. 4,
the first one is to improve self-awareness amongst us as colleagues, improve communications.
We say, Shaparan Dandomato. It was our situations relating to our goal. Who will the go for example? Rally will have for that. There is one talking at my mates. I hope so now. To my Lord, after the whole man. And every mates yesterday, I have to do but all right, Rally. I get this set code nature's banana quick eye. To wrap up microplanning that activity in the program. I wouldn't be doing what I get all so that good nature's that activity of opportunity already wrap up advocacy officer when I see it, but maybe I can.
Good morning.
Norma, only watch. You don't go away our time keeper because the one of the for the rest of the program. You cannot go very allocated times for activities then without. Thank you.
Lehante colleagues. Lehante. Energizer nyama ke bona go khatsa. Ga se bela go tsere jang se bela go tsa hantle. Hona le mara hona le mokgathela ke go bona. So I can see how I shake and then how is that one? How does he shake up? Madam President, let me show you how to do this. The Mamoni, this time. I feel like a Okay, I think delegate. You go back to that with the colleagues. Sana. Lili, what the delegate doing?
Right now, we're doing that.
Are you able to use that one table for and then I move this one for the second?
Lili, okay? I think delegate. TG from TG program. Okay, please. Morgan, we enter micro planning and we are implementing it. Actually, into on daily basis. So the colleagues executive studies in Kapil, the local body demonstrate. It can be that's like a role play. Or they have it on micro planning by Zaja, so that we are sure how to talk about the hour and we claim to you you don't far only 15 minutes. Now, for hour. Marahe, I have a name, a lot of the concept and take time for hour. But how it was a concept by 15 minutes. Leads a demonstration, how you do microplanning, where do we start? Also to the hotspot is how and a lot of boy. If you decide I'm hot then you explain. But if you decide I will complete, then we'll see how the company are going to be such a Hannah, so I guess it's some platform we can okay, Nikki, they have to buy hands the energizer basket. Systems and shake.
Miss Uncle Sam says, clap your hands.
Bommele Bundani, Baba Tibia BMS. There are this situation ya Mahalamo. Kupanitrisi, exhibit our now or later. Only what was in the man. Yes, I'm going to
Colleagues, without wasting time, you could make a how to. That's what I next month on a how. Ube in a space that are on a hurry. How yet a song for the later. How.
But you can't just do that. You must make one.
Okay. These are the rules that this ice break. You keep your eyes on me, Ushabana. Umamela saweki strong. Uyeza saweki usibitan. Uyeza masho ahaw ahunna. And then uyeza sew na ibisbulela. But you go for wiki. Riaitiba rabbit agir mutanyan. Mutanyana rautiba gir. Mutanyana rutiba kain, you identify kain. Gani say vedangi. And then another quality mutanyana king amongst other small animals. Ibilo, right? And wiki ini. Ibuhal, dangu 13. Ikupa, Jaubahan. All right. Harere mutanyana, matoho ahawamo. Mutanyana. Obutali. Wamata. Mutanyana. Obutali. Wamata. Right. This is where the trick is. When you keep your eyes on me, you do what I told you to do again. Mutanyana ugai. Mutanyana. Obutali. Wamata. Right. None of Kasheba fast. Kita Shebana. Kautwara Shebile fast. Usonzo 3, the one. Udula fast. Okay? Mutanyana. Obutali. Wamata. Mutanyana. Mutanyana. Obutali. Wamata. Akili yambona lina get TV. How mata kimatambo? Akima timo usabona haru bata wezange. So, process abu proof. Mutanyana. Uzawubile phansi, Mutanyana. Mutanyana. Obuthali. Wamatha. Mutanyana. Obuthali. Wamatha. Wamatha. Obuthali.
Okay, colleagues, le ready akere? So, little share here, role play along our colleagues about yona. And then, more than anything, political, when feeling when anything along what I see them how, then you will add and get it. Because the idea, they will hire higher focus. I use like colleagues. To hire higher into because micro planning is very, very important for our progress. Okay. Okay, over to you, colleagues.
Good morning, everyone. Ngicela kakhulu ukuhamba abantu ngisebenzisa i-DG program. So go etsa just an illustration ya hore na o kgona ho etsa jwang your micro planning haholo la focus area e tlo ba social networking net hore na ha o thotse client e one o etsa jwang as a field data hore client eo e one you fe client e nngwe then re tla be le epa out mona. Thank you.
Now, I'm going to go to Mama Lucy. We'll be back to go and to Katie.
Hello, darling.
Okay, thank you, Mama Lucy. Don't hope I get the person.
I can in but
We'll see one of our neighbors who gets her name in the mobile, but it's just a mobile.
you make a
You're gonna get to say you said after Buddha, now,
that's what now and that's what you be saying. I know how it's appointment that's a thing you be saying, oh, no, I came over, it's like, what much late. What's up at 10 minutes on going to? So, there's a lot of go really like. Show me, say, go over, five numbers, and get the number of company or something.
Okay,
476 444 9432. Okay, love, bye.
Ke nna eo he, se ke kgutla, se ke mfounela. Totong,
Hello, darling.
le kae le kae?
Shabu hle.
Hle moratuwa. Kajeno nako ya hao e right, ke nna Mamohonti. Re ka kgona ho kopana neng?
Skathi phethule a ke shabe so tsatsang hle le ke khatsetse ke national business lo mbisi hle lana. Lo wetsang so Hello,
Okay,
yes, guys.
moratuwa, ke tla fihla ho wena ka bo ma-8 PM moo.
Okay.
Re tlo bua taba tsa rona.
Shabana msatse ke free today love.
Okay, ke nna heo he. Re bile buile se kopane le ena. Se ke mo founetse he, re kopane. Hello again.
I love you.
Le kae Mr. Ha o tle ke leboha ka nako ya hao.
Yeah, okay.
Eya hle. Okay, moratuwa he. Nna ke Mamohonti, ke sebetsa ka secretary ka TV. Batho ba ditho le tsa disebedisweng tsa rona. Bane ba bang be ne re lo ngodisa le bona. Ha ho sana ba bang moo ba hopolang be ne re lo ngodisa le bona.
Skathi batho ba bangata haholo and ntho ya lona ke utlwile hangata but next time ke tlo dula bona so mokgotsi wa ka mo a nkopela ka ra thusane hle and nna le mokgotsi wa ka o na le tshata a kgone ho lwa tleliniking ha ke tseba o le ka kgona ho mo thusa.
Hle mokgotsi be ke batlana le bona batho bane ba jwalo hle.
Okay.
Ka thaba haholo.
Okay, I jwale re ka ya mokgotsi wa ka o mokgotsi ke motho o teng na.
Okay.
Coco.
Ke mang?
Coco.
Ke mang?
So make it take.
Manje khona tata mo tshayo batla.
Mokgotsi ke tsamaya le ausi mo tle o bua ka ntho tse nnate jwang ke ba ho plana re ya kgona ho tleliniking hae so yena o la go sa tleliniking ho bona tle.
Be re tsene ka tleliniking le le sa se di jwalo fa motla le batla.
Ya mokgotsi di kana go le ha mokgotsi ha re fodi fela ba go pompa ba re tsheke hore madi a hantle o be thusa go nna ha tleliniking o tlo se nka e tlo soka for a mokgotsi go ba re mantle
Mara o se le batla go fa tshebetso le ka tsona.
a tsheka ke mokgotsi le la ga bona re etsa jwang ba go ba re tsa matsa sama ba etsa di creative space ke mo re jang teng go tswa
Okay. Thata boyo wena la ke. Ibla lona le ba bang hape. Ibla ha o ntso tsho jwalo o bua ka ya fixi di tlhoko wena mokgotsi ba re tlo ka nna go etelele ka ba ka hopola. Ho na le ba bang hape ke ba tsebang. Ha se nna re thabeng mo di tse ke no bua tse pedinyana ke lo bontsha ba bang. Abo mokgotsi buya fela ke bona mokgotsi ya tla ana tjena na mono batho ba bana ba le mokgwa o sa ple di sa dintho go tshela bana ba mo nna o tsile o le le teng go le o la ka di ya o tsisa ni tsi o tsana dijo o sa bla ga ka le pfu ba ta ripa a ke se ntse re tsa go le ka ntho workshop ba go lo a di di ya bona dijo ka di tsela next ha re fela go bona nna wena re tlo gona boemo ba gone bo eme kae go hai ba tsile bona
Wena le kae? Amna. Ka lebitso ke Morato ke Matlelane Olifane. Ke tlabe ke le purificator. Ha ke qala ke lo kopana le transhuman e ke tsebang ke re kopana social media the first time ke kopana le yena. So hore a tlo fa ba bang. Go ya bona ke eo. Se ke tsa appointment le na ba tse go tsenya nako. Se le tsa appointment ke tse ke tla ho sa no seng. Go ile social media ke nne yo ke ai.
Oko. Ngusinje ngomangala. Nathi sikidwa phakathi. Akima ngusinje hayi. Hello.
Ke nna go bila ke le mobile.
Ahlekela mkhufana class siwena.
Hi Shamama. O jwang fela. O shapo ma ke shwa ntse bane. Ba lo tsontse ba re ke tlhalosa ke nna magapedi he Matlelane Olifante ke tla tswana e molemo. E tswana molemo re na le services for LGBTQIA+ community. Re tsa go di HIV testing, TB screening, go re fana go di prep jalo jalo di social support. Ke tla re bueng tsomane. Re na le HIV. Ha re te mathata. O njwetsa ke le di etsa. E tlo documenta mathata a ke go batla ga feta go shina tswana. We can tell manane. O lo mo senyane. So go tshwanetse se ntse tswana.
Awuhloka. Awuhloka. Nanje ngithina.
Go tse ke go tswana.
Isikhathi kuyabona manje. Manje ngithotshabele. So,
I'm best wrong. When was next wrong? It's like you two kids in another kill strong. I can give a thing. How can I have a hair? Not a hair is telling me. Who am back over the song? But I didn't know. Hey, what am I? All these. So, come on, go back up to the so when I'm talking rich for market of risk assessment, or look about the data caption, so how do you event when you for those and I get a pandaka fail, don't put when I can get some of the buy. You will tell you doesn't have planning, you couldn't go on film. Seba, listen to the Barola pretend to put it on my hand.
so isikhathi akongizoyisihle. Ngibadeka nje umhlebe. Akithi ondibisana. Nahle kwathi uqala kamatswele aka. Ididede usethi
nayo. And the one have some of them. I get to go to the imo. I get to that documentation to the year of it. To go to the physical form. When I say I own that. The physical form, social work. Social work again as assessment you are in charity, you're not to be a or Canada. To one of what one. Marikin says, so I got a Marabo, now not of sort of a number of Marionite, who would say I'm going to go.
I have what that's the most.
What had the anniversary? Yeah. Okay, but not it when I have over. Yeah, that is for my better. Oh, to test about the against and could be such for me. They are not how you are, and when to without get it. Yes, I'm going to so bored. I'm going to have now. Which I know you got a whole to about on the other one to the house. Good. I thought I didn't aku tu orang mana orang, orang atau orang macam tu HRC, soalan, so kita apa? Yang cuma.
Go. What's wrong?
Dumelang le kae? Ha monate. Ke tla ke sa hlalositse ke nna morapedi Matlwana o lefatsheng hlatswana e molemo. Ke sebetsa programming ya TG. Ka fana ka di-services tsena tse latelang 1 2 3 1 2 3 1 2 3 which is internet testing. Ha ke tlo go di bua ka ke le 17. 1 2 3 1 2 3 1 2 3. So be ke mo kopa a kopanya le ntho tsa go finyella tsa go bona ke tle ho wena. So ha ke tsebe na taba tse ding tse confidential se batla re di bue a le teng. So mogotsi tse ding confidential ha o tlo kgona ho ya nna ka nna. Ke kopa la o emela fela ka mane fela nna le kgona ho bua re babedi ke bona o bona bona ke o tlo go botsa mo ka STI o tlo ga hae o bona shona le teng that's why ntse wa ke tla tsamaya o ntse ba itlo re ha ke na ke go sola go a tseba bona le yona o tla bona so ra re go nna le transfer ka ma setting ala batla mona na a re wa o tseba so ke tsone se se o tla bona ntho kgona ho thusa ha ke mo se tsa hao so so wa rona o tseo tliniking hantle o go ba sa tliniking se bo tliniking hantle o kgona go etsa re fagale ya ho sister wa rona wa kgona ho se ba treatmenteng ya ho hantle o kila bona re tlo kgona ho thusa o tsole no ya rona o kila bona so da etsa hala ke so e tletse ha rona mo he so le nna tlo disa ho ba bang hape fela jwalo re tsebane fela jwalo and then for the next time se ke tseba go ke se ke contract ka ke go tla go bona hape sa ba ntseba if ba na le new clients ba tla ntisa bona o tla bona
Any questions? Any questions before Shwadi I wrap up? Comments?
Excellent.
Commenting excellent. Any other comment?
Ba mo bontsha striker e nngwe ha ya etsa hotspot meeting ha ya profile ha ya etsa reach ha ya etsa outreach ha ya document ha ya nka le device e tsamaya fela James ya ho bona fela ha ke tsebe mo no etsuwa eng kapa e no lona jwala a ba tsebang kapa ha ke tsebe
I think over name man of focus I get what are any other comments? Okay, I think for the AMSA team, but what do you guys think about media promotional materials, especially in this regard?
Okay, IUC material is very important because then if le motho a sena nako ya hao at that time, ka nako ya hae o kgona ho bala a tsebe hore na what the program is about, before you start go di fumana, and then as much as a se di nomoro tsa hae, le wena o tla bo sebetsa hao, so o kgona ho reach out a sa na le understanding ya hore o batla eng. And like Jabu is saying, the emphasis should be more on the services, and then the other incentives that might make the program an additional. Thank you.
Good morning, colleagues. Thank you for this apology that I missed a lot of what was happening there. But in terms of the injury, it's very important that we provide the ICT because some information I know about but the promotion on access information in this one's like if that like this one's already what all of you have follow already some information look at how I'm playing it up material promotion material that's where I want to find this clinic or this facility or this facility, this facility the right to access information. So I think you guys, if you are using promotional materials and you guys are using whatever incentives that you guys have, we also talk a lot about the ownership. That's why it's a bit like different money. I was hoping that the reactors will engage in terms of the demonstration and it's a get more clarity on each and every point and we can guide and guide, but I will take it from the police.
Okay, colleagues, having a part of the role play, it was a very good role play. Especially what is happening on the field, because whenever I have a building, the community, and I can only live and have a outreach support, the monitoring oversight center. So essentially what is happening on the field. Mara, what is important is your microplanning. Ke bana ba hao, ke dula ke se down mona hore. Microplanning re bolela hore that batho ba bontse ba thola ho ya ka social network ke ba batho ba hao. So it is important to document their contact numbers. We know hore o tla ba fumana teng ha o hloka at any time. And also it is important ho tseba hore ba sebeletsa kae. A ke re bona o tshepo o sebeletsa tjhabeng wa jeko. So o tshomile next time ha o batla ho tlo ba ditso go motho le tjhabeng yo wa jeko. So it is also important to document their residential areas more than because how come to telling or some to then what that's about all of so here on keep it up till the whole play in the house.
Thanks. Thank you. All right. Norma, okay, before on the data management, the strategy we would have in the T-Trade. So from first 15 million and then big 40, continue right HRA and then SW. Then I can Pasal kami nak, ada ini. I don't like to see that. Kau kaya mana mulu?
LJ. LJ. Good morning, colleagues. I am not gonna be too long because apparently we don't have enough time. Ke nna Palesa Mowethe, e sa go to Lwana for the TG program. I'm just gonna take you through a few slides how we collect data from the field workers tsa rona. I know but you complain of every time I we want numbers. There's a reason why we want those numbers. The numbers still we need to report to them for PRM. We need to show them and that we're doing services to the people ever server. So this is Marco, please come assist. Okay. So Emma is our data management process. Here bontshang hore ha re nka mosebetsi wa lona from field hore o fitlhele to capturing le hore le lo reporta for PRM ho etsahetseng. So it begins with the peer educators tsa rona with planning, like nobody's example ya micro planning. Have I even fielding without planning their day or the week? So peer educators would go to the field to collect the data ya bone. Data ya bone to the office. Usually they submit every Friday at the office. But this data ya bone for data validation. Data ya bone is checked by our data officer. So the discrepancy of signature the client is matching. If client if address is correct, so that when we go for the second encounter, we can reach a client. All the screenings, then I can with the client is done correctly. But if anything is not done correctly on the form, we need to go and fix them because it's very important to how to tell the client every information that you fill in is correct. And then the next process is data processing. After our data quality officer has checked the data, it goes through the data capture, which is one thing that is very important. Whatever that we are capturing on the system, it corresponds to what we have on the form. Because if we don't do that, it reduces a matter the data quality checks. What we have on the paper is not corresponding with what we've captured. So it's very important to make sure that data from Luna is captured correctly. And then the next step, data filing by the DQO and data validation by the MNE officer. That information is very sensitive. How to all those documents for the client government. So there's a cabinet that we use in the office. It's not all a certain DQO the form of the client. Even program manager is not allowed to have that key if Abakas not a lot on it DQO because the information never to able to. And after that, the store. Okay. Thank you. Okay, after data has been captured, it's been stored and been archived by our peer educator. What we mean by archive is that we know for the client we need to maintain and retain those clients. Like by maintaining and retaining means that if overnight line be 6 months, we need to go back after 6 months and offer client a holistic health services still because if you don't do that, it's like have a neglect. The next thing you're not coming back to them. And then we strike, we're not meeting the target but while we're not maintaining those that we have on our database. So retaining and maintaining it's one important factor data. Okay. So as the TG program, this is some of the reporting documents that we use to collect our data. As you can see, it's already highlighted on green. It's already implementing that are working for us. And then the red one, it's already introduce that to the team. So as you can see, the peer educators are gonna
need to make sure that bana le di-reach form and consent form tsa bone whenever they go to the field. And then tlameha ba be le di-client referral forms, biomedical, PSS, and HRV. You can't reach a client without referring them to PSS or HRV because we know reserve keep vulnerable population. It's very important for the peer educators to document the human rights violation because you can't say you are a key population person and you over how experiencing any violations. So that one is very important. It's one of the most key indicators that is important as well. And then there's a daily tracker, our peer educators. We've introduced a new, what do you call it? Oh yeah. So finally, what is this? The IC materials on their status every day. So like Monday would be mental health, Tuesday would be HRV, jolo jolo ne. At the end of the day, basandela all those stats, body status and so on, to the DQ also that we see how many people have been singing those IC materials. We use it as IC material for the client and so on, and it's been working good for us. And then we have that beyond data system that we use to capture data. If we have time, Osneli will take us through the capturing method every user to capture data. And then we have an internal on-site data verification, which happens every Friday at the office. The peer educators are who sees the data. When as the MNE or MNE team, we go through the form of we verify them so that when we have external audit as on from the PR, we've done our own into OSDV. It's in battle of Humana. We didn't verify our own data. So we have a weekly data set. So each and every peer educator of us, target so the weekly data collection would measure mosebetsi wa bone gore na bekeng eo ana ba performile hantle kapa ha ba meet di-target tsa bone. And then when they submit that weekly data, there's a register e ba usang to show that, okay, this week o submitile 5, meaning ha meet target ya hae. That target 5 going to the other week, she needs to make sure her the other week we enter target ya hae of thing. And then there's an on-site data verification. On-site data verification would be us giving support to the peer educators when they're on the field. Because I feel like it's not fair for us to Friday had this form of but your form is incomplete. How Richard client the way you're supposed to reach. Instead of us sitting in the office, we go to the field to go bone and offer them support for it. This is what you need to do. Client has a sign up form client to go. So that's what we mean by on-site data verification. No one is easy. Have to verify a kind of way that client. And then the internal on-site verification would be the same. More data capturing. And then MNE officer Osnelu will take us through the system that we use to verify data. And every month there's a report that we need to compile to the PR for how we've been performing, because again we know that every quarter we are given the targets and we need to meet those targets. So every month we'd compile a report, we do it quarterly as well. Yeah, and then I think I've said it. Okay, so there is one. It's struggling with cohort management. It's one of the challenges that we're facing, that we're hoping for maybe we can benchmark from sex worker or how are they doing it. So it's one of the things that we are trying to introduce. And also the pre and post evaluation form. We want to start rating them. How was their services to them? I think maybe Johnny Leone is actually choosing with our targets because we last quarter had a from my hand. And then there's an activity plan, illustration, verification. We have a calendar every year, who measure all the events that we'll be having for the quarter. So also that one, we are starting and I think the event is a thing that we are able to get the data that we need. I think the other ones, details. Okay, that's fine. So these are our key indicators, key reach ya rona, ke test ya rona. And then there's prep, the art. I'm not gonna show that one, but okay. So these are some of the challenges that we've been facing. So the challenges are gonna see the duplicates on orbit, the duplicates the creator, okay, hore, having a cohort management, so it's some of the create and the duplicate. The network also affects us. So capturing one vision forms, we haven't done that, but we're working on it. The core management. So the challenges are gonna at least we come up with mitigations to address them. Thank you.
I can see our former NLP officers not pleased showing everything else there.
Numbers.
All right, guys, let's break for 15 minutes for tea, coffee, and smoking. Because after this, we won't be having any other in and out, up and down type of
from water population. And we're pushing them. We really do. And that's why it won't be easy for us to leave you to get out of the way and say, but now you choose for us to focus on you instead of the bigger picture all the time. Please read this for yourselves. Don't read aloud, but read it for yourselves, because that's what's going to happen. I talked to this earlier, you remember? If any activity, video discussion is difficult for you, please feel free to step out for the moment. If you need support or advice, let the facilitators or someone you trust know. This is important. Consent or allegations should not be shared in this context, but reported separately through the reporting mechanisms in place. Because we are all trying to aim. Michael, why is my slide not moving? Next one. Thank you. Yeah, there we are. Now, I would not go on this because this is what AFSA internally had done. I had requested BZ to say to me, what is it so far as a PR that you have done in as far as SIA is concerned? For those of you that are then attached to AFSA, you would know that in trying to work on protection from sexual exploitation, abuse, and harassment, they have done the following changes. And rather, this is where the challenge is for us. We now need to adapt our policies internally as the organization to make sure that we incorporate SIA. This is what they have done with their conditions of employment, policy. But you see, what is important is this. They have put in, that's your assignment, protection from harassment policy. Remember our policies are harassment generic, but now we need to narrow that down specifically to this one, SIA. Social transformation and ethics framework, and there's also a whistleblowing policy. So if this is the way the PIs are going, the SRs have to do that. Challenge is this. In the GC7 applications, SIA in particular carries 10 points. We might apply, pass everything else, very short, take 10 points. It is SIA. Then we fall short. Now, in the Global Fund website, they have covered all these things. Code of conduct that guide key stakeholders in achieving higher standards of ethical conduct. All this information is there. You can go to the website. I won't bore you with this information. Policy and the government have to work on ethics and say, ethics strategy. If you go everywhere else, you will find these policies. Now, let's do a quick introduction. But let's try to get to the real concepts, root of now, understanding your life. Now, I'm counting on you. Do me a favor. I need everybody's attention. Do not let anybody disturb you play this video because they are at the center of the presentation. Open it up. That's fine. Whilst Marco does that, Marco, this is what you should have done. Oh, Marco. Whilst Marco is setting up the video.
Is the video on the memory stick? Or give it to me?
From the morning up to now. You can set your own understanding, yeah. The three concepts. If you were to explain a layman term for a sexual exploitation, no right, no wrong. Sexual exploitation, going once, yes, agreed. Okay. Remember, safe space, no right, no wrong. That understanding, fair to. What will somebody else say? Laura, Sister Josie? Yes. Okay, get you. Yes.
I think more physically is a centralized power, even between here and the master. Anything that is centralized in our people.
Again, Sister Rosie? Exactly the same. Get you. Now we're getting warm. Yes, LJ, Twaron, Kulu. Amen.
Even say maybe I was supposed to makes you believe that you are
Also tell you. Get you. LJ?
Your vulnerable side. That vulnerability.
Okay, thank you. Any other thought? Good. Now, please make sure morning then you can see the screen.
And it's such a polite.
Talk to me. Hey. Hey. Get you. I get you. Let's try this. Please tell somebody not disturb me.
I can plan.
No sound. Oh.
Right. We treat with dignity and respect.
I have the right to report what happened and to feel safe. I have the right to receive assistance and support. I have the right to decide if I want to be part of any investigation and to receive information on my case. I have the right to confidentiality. I offer the assistance and support to restore my dignity.
I want the harassment to stop, but I need assistance to report this behavior.
I'm afraid of the person who did this. I need to know I can safely report what he did to me. I want to know who that is. I need financial support so my daughter can attend school.
I need to talk to someone I trust about what happened to me.
I just want it to stop and to know what my options are. I have the right.
Or because when I say that if I can say that we never start thinking about moving it says to me this is a human problem. It has a problem. I think we can so it says to me we are dealing with a human. That's what I'm talking about.
Now looking at all the places they give away and the rights that they keep on reminding us all to get once someone has been abused in any way possible, that thing takes away the power from you and it is then instilled fear. Hence some of the points that are covered there is that I know that the abuse, but now you are not there's something I'm scared to report. You like something that I want to report.
Okay.
I just look in my colleagues. Now what I saw was the main perpetrators, Sabatoba. Every time I read the statements there, all the people that have harassed all the faces that were there were people of power. UN something, UN something, UN consultant, UN. So I was able to see what these people from this position took advantage of all the faces that are put there.
Motho e mong le e mong o vulnerable like ha ona motho e leng hore o immune to the challenge of sexual exploitation, sexual abuse and sexual harassment. So we have to be on the lookout. Ke mang hape a nang le maikutlo a fapaneng? Mama.
Now we are kind of like now we are kind of
Mama le hopola ke ho bitse ha ona a ntshwara e wrong ha ona ha o shato Hona le motswadi e mong a na re ditokelo tsa hao di fella ke itseng ha o kena ka haka eta ho la saka ha e sebetse pele mo batho ba nang le bana ha utlwanang ha o sekefetsa e se bulwa o kwalo okay nna ke di bone go di video di rena batho be le di victims tsa sexual exploitation, but about having a safe space. Because most of the time, that's how we report them, because they need to be safe. So they need to be provided with a safe space for the buffalo to exercise that, and I feel that we are not Yeah, colleagues, okay, I was feeling
L'altro che è proprio il signore, che la vita o la vuole. So, se ka mehla tse ke tswa ya tsa ho motho ka go nne. Ina le nna tsena go ka seng. So, tshwanetse re ithute go understand. And then they batho ba ba tlang they got the set places. Tshwanetse re ithute ho bala. La sa o jwetsa, o kgona ho bona.
Is from power. Yeah, it is a reflect. I agree. Okay. Ausinela?
Maar hij moet hem mee aanhouden. So if you're educated.
Motho e mong le e mong ka mokgwa ke ithutile ka teng, o na le tokelo ya hore bofe kapa bofeng ba buang, o na le tokelo ya
ka bontsha violate kapo ha violate e le ngwana kapa e le motho a moholo. Just try to understand hore na human rights violation ena e tsamaya jwang, because ha ke sheba ho we react to the violations. So I think we should, in as much as focusing on the key vulnerable population, but at the same time, let us keep the focus on this other population, because I can tell by the video, motho e mong le mong o vulnerable and is capable of being sexually harassed.
Ke nnete taba tsena ke reng ho na le phapang pakeng tsa sexual exploitation, sexual abuse, sexual harassment. Kapo ke ntho e le nngwe kaofela. Ke kopa motho a re no a mpolelle hore na difference e hokae. Auspileng.
Sexual abuse, I work at dictionary sexual intercourse or sexual activities. How we get to talk about consent. Hard work as sexual harassment. Here we have sexual intercourse, mohlomong ka nako tse ding o tla ba fasa le di-feedbacks ka nako e nngwe o tla bile a o tshwara ka tsela e sa nepahalang e etsang wena o be ikutlwe o se comfortable ka yona. Empa ha re bua ka sexual harassment, re bua ka dilo tse etsahalang in the workplace only.
Maikutlo a fapaneng.
Nna ke nahana hore sexual exploitation is structural, because no, re bua ka power. There's a possibility of perpetrator wa tseba hore you will get away, or she or they will get away. Whereas with sexual abuse, hangata e explicit, intentional, motho ona wa inyetsa, ha sure he's gonna get away or not.
Nozi?
I thought sexual exploitation was you're being exploited, maybe you're being forced to do a duty because of either your sex or your gender, something that wouldn't happen to another person because of their sex or gender, so you're being exploited. Maybe if you work with only men, you're the only one that is asked to make tea and to sweep. That's, for me, exploitation. And then I agree also sexual abuse is like receiving unwanted touch or sexual physical things happen to you. And sexual harassment is also being tormented. Like, I think it's different to sexual exploitation, because if I'm being sexually harassed, it's somebody making comments, maybe saying, oh, Masana, when are you so gay? Oh my gosh, it's a problem. I will feel sexually harassed if somebody said that to me.
Police. Harassment does not only take place at workplace, I get it. It takes place everywhere. But now, in the context of SIA and where we are in this space, we are focusing at workplace, again, what is happening in as far as the employers are concerned, and as far as employees, employers, and beneficiaries are concerned. Because we all have a role to protect one another. Okay, so now, there is the explanation here, when we are talking about sexual exploitation, what are we exactly talking about? And the examples of sexual exploitation down there. I don't know if somebody can read it for us or we can read it for ourselves, because already you had mentioned some of the examples of what you think is sexual exploitation and also sexual abuse, and the examples there, sexual harassment and its examples there.
Just an emphasis. Benefit.
Okay, Casper.
Now I'll only just touch on the sexual abuse because when I had the explanation and already, even with my prior knowledge, I always thought it's rape. And now on the examples, I'm looking at even attempted rape. It's also an act of sexual abuse. So that's what is interesting for me.
It has to do with actual
or threat
or threatened. It's already going.
That's sexual.
It's sexual.
Well,
Like we said, it doesn't have to be physical, or relatively it is a sexual abuse, even if before it could take place, as long as one and a threat.
Sexual carry bank, especially for sex work. I think we can sending unwanted messages of a sexual nature. These messages are unwanted. Therefore, our consent to approach one I get it. People find out who it's about. And if you want to be very sad, very sex work. Very sex work in three. I'll put together. So for example, if you know talent was just pandai dia akan semua balik dia. Kita tak aku, kita pada aku. Our mention needs. And people probably it's not out of disrespect. I guess. So literally together. I don't know when I put them. So our puts about it, which I what about it? What about which are with I will not get so you can put about in that context. Have we opened the door? Yeah, sexual harassment. Are we also not practicing that? Very cover we are sex with I will also not pray that you are sexual harassment. If you like about pray, you are very glad to believe something now sex with children. How can I exclude in a room? So if I don't vote, I don't vote for Nali, but I have to be a
amongst ourselves. Right, are we not culprits of sexual harassment? Correct, I'm in house.
Colleagues, what's with you? Sister Gita, I think I was our point that remember in the morning, part of the discussion was and we tend to forget or have a lucidity being spaces around, and as much as the this is happening amongst us, Maria Renala, we also end up as and it was mentioned again that even if blind people of this world, I guess. So now these things have been that very happen and how that the benefit of human rights. I guess more particularly but we end up if we were the way we are actually it's either the violation about violation sexual abuse because so I can feel it, but before that, and then at the end of the day, we become sickness. We don't know how what you're saying, but about the violence, if you want to make the level of the I don't want to be in this space anymore.
Papa, Sister G, pour o fetisa tse mai.
Okay, it's kind of talking about planning. It's like you want to mention committee and those the try to when that activity is right now, so if I and the person of friends from me. If you are saying so, then I get offended or then I give it, but I'm sensitive myself. If I'm humiliated, couple offended, things will be well. Now you are attacking me. But now, when relationship of a friendship carol, then I can say, but here, I think you correct me.
It's fine. I appreciate how it's gathering some mic. So I appreciate the perspective that it's bringing. It is a good that they hear the approach. I can say, or a single several, does it make it nice? So for me, it says, now where are you? We have been displaying this. It's a types of trouble. Marasa into well under sexual harassment. But now we know, even if this thing I have one house, this thing is not right. This is where I'm standing. And I think maybe we can agree it's scary. But what I'm saying to I want to know as I used to a particular act, a portion. I do this work. Does it mean that act is right more than
I think it goes back to emotional intelligence because it says if you don't express how you feel, you know offended. So it is important to I didn't like the way you comment, so that I don't continue by making me unwilling.
Ka leboha Dineo. Ka mantswe a mang, ho bohlokwa hore re be on the lookout hore na re act jwang towards one another, ha ke re. Irrespective of how much re tlwaelaneng ka teng. E le hona hore re avoid-e ho iphumana re le di-perpetrators tsa the covert. Ke tlo e bitsa covert because it's not always here kapa obvious hore it's a sexual exploitation, abuse or harassment, ha ke re. But hona tjenana ka ha we are being made aware through being educated about it. Re tlo tseba hore ke yona, ha ke re colleagues. And sexual harassment, Leona in a examples tsa teng ke tseo. And ha le ka la etsa reflect back, like the Debriefing actually, indeed it happens amongst us. Finally, di-client tsa hore ke tse mohlala ka tsona. Di rata hore ho bo Debriefing. Ebe ha o batle ho shebelle mo, ebe o tla nshebela fela le ha e se le ka 50. Kapo le ha o sa mo patale, it's okay, as long as I can have you. Le ha bona ba ba position e jwang. Mme ha o le somebody e leng hore ha sensitized ka siya, o tlo etsa jwang?
Because with exactly what he shouldn't. Wow, hell,
Wa re Thabile, wa ho hela ke. Jwale wena as a staff member sa tholwana e molemo, you do have the responsibility upon your shoulders to protect the very same person ya ho helang. Yena o shebile fela the interest ya hae le the pleasure on herself. Ati wena, you have a bigger picture ya hore this that line ta batlang hore ke etse. It is an abuse because it's over a misuse of power from now as a staff member to her as a beneficiary. So we have to be careful for now in our line of duty. Hakana kitalla hakalo ka ditumediso.
Ha re qetelle ha bonolo hore o ska ba kopana hlooho. Mona re re hore o ifumane hantle. Ho fanwa ka o hong sebakeng sa ho mo. Mara re sebedisa eng vulnerability ya hao. Mona. O bona example e reng? Ere ke tla o fa mosebetsi ha o ka mpha dikobo kana monna Mosotho o itseng kana o itseng ezingeni yani yona eo o bile hantle manene a le ntho e tlang pele o eo yona ntho eo motho wa pele o ka dikobo ke yona. Now hore o kgone o ska kopana hlooho ka exploitation ke hore ke na le matla a ke reng ha wena o mpha nna ke tla o wa e bona o bona le di-example mo ska la nana hore e sebetsa ka tjhelete fela ha ke re le na le di-food voucher ha ke re na le di-incentives le na le di-t-shirt Casper le exploit bana ba mo. Do you see how easy this thing is in programming? That's what it is, man. Mona, how we copy the show. Go to him, o tshosetsa motho. Mona. O lo beneficiary wena. Ba sa ntshune fela. Right, put life man motho. Mona. Put o romella batho mono, o bone, unwelcomed conduct of sexual nature. Ako bule phone ya hao. Let's do practical example. Bula phone ya hao. Ako shebe one message that you get sent to anybody else. O mo rometing emoji. The phone no. The phone no. Ke mang a nang le emoji tse tswang ho nna? Pamisa letsoho. Pamisa letsoho. A nang le di-emoji. A tseba hore nna tsona romela di-emoji. O bona ngaba culprit number 1. Nna mo. A ke ka ditela nna mo. Mare di-emoji tsa ka tse ke di romelang. They are different ka hore ke relate jwang le mang. I think you get to understand this. How romella motho emoji ya tse pedi tse tshwareleng tje. Mare re sa relate at that level. Wa bona ke re bang kotsi. Mare how wena le motho eo le relate at that level. And le understand and le clearly le hore ntwe na ha bolele anything else except this. Re le butina. Ha ne re sa tsini. Ne re le ballo. Ha se re tseba. Na ha re santse re le ballo bana. No. Because now we know. That is why we think session it was born. And how shall I see born in Keke? One ama. Okay. That's what we mean. Message.
And there was just adding more on sending unwanted messages. I think just sometimes you are not aware. For example, this veg eggplant. You know the shape you are taking and the size, and we're not into buying vegetables, but the social media is a bit so later I read some stage because we rather that veg. Ola tipisa lecturer high after him to gas assignment to go with down. Salad in the eggplant. Never send the eggplant.
Feeling bonds of Naki ignorance here blind.
No, already then the lecturer interpreted naughty. Now only when she went to Banaba High and Banaba High are shocked. Mama, why are you sending people this? I don't know. It's a fruit. I'm gonna do a salad. But then the kids explained, and then she was shocked.
Exactly. That's what it is. Now, session here, let's then behave better. Mar hiring, ribe, zombie, I was at now what to say about what I about hiring man. All right, we will try to rush. Yes, ma'am.
Number 3, the way they are sexual habits. Now, how do we get to the point where we are practicing, we are not practicing sexual, or we are practicing this because, like example, that I do. Someone may flirt with me, I may feel sexually happy. So,
I get you quite well. The answer to it all, yes, I'm sorry. Okay, just one moment. The answer to everything else rests with the receiver of the message. My intention might be as pure as your lecturer. The receiver had this message. This thing that comes to me offends me because my ethics did. And the honors even Naya bang offended to make Sister Gia aware, Sister Gia, But emoji and I anticipate. Because if I don't do that from my side, Sister G will continue as an appreciation to me. So, Renalibi Carabello, both from as a trader.
Send a little receipt.
Let's send a little receipt. So, the honors, according to this training, na ishebuang so. Ngachela so barabata stabilizer or positive. Na ka culture ya ka pa ka belief stack. Haunchela jalo bulela wanyana. Kin na ka like kamulukisa. And once you maintain aware, about later, then you will see. So,
for me, what I mean, even if you didn't it doesn't matter if it doesn't even find how, but this is from the job. And I must say that I felt so bad. When I said to a friend with this, I was like, information is like a water bath, you need to every day try to check. I went to it, protecting the right of the children to own the. But here I was trying myself, how can I call them? But anyway, I found myself violated the right of the children that I wanted to do. And that thing happened many years ago, maybe 5 years ago. But it was only keep up. In this first half of mine, I think I would say I'm being restricted. And she said, I'm not even saying something that much. I thought I'm always conscious of what I write about. But it came to my knowledge and awareness that sometimes we find ourselves on the wrong side of the world. Because of studying and ignorance, people do not know.
Yes.
Okay, it happened that one time, the thing also do what it does. It's that time of like September, the culture was open. Yes, it is a heritage. It's about the I have made something and everything. So on that particular time, when I made the two, I mean, the bounds also for it. It's like, this is something more about. It's here, like, you can see the people, not boys now. The two bounds. Okay? That means, at that time I was saying to you, I was like, okay, maybe I did, but people were saying, and I was like, okay, now I just saw something that is, and I took that picture, and I made it my Facebook profile. And after some time I changed. I'm not sure they were doing, but they picked up what I knew that. And according to them, that was a violation of children's rights. And I couldn't say anything. I couldn't defend myself, but I was like, wow.
Thank you. Let's try and rush. Okay. It doesn't think of fair. We were trying to explain problem as man power imbalances. An equal distribution of resources. Inna kitwele ndi vote out. Wena beneficiary. Wena utwantu rehe wena Gauteng hona le national event Gauteng. Inna ke decide now kuyamang awema. This is what we're talking about. Vulnerabilities. They can be gender, age, sexual orientation, health status, literacy levels. Kubana how to move on? Because the belly sounds how that's what it means. External risk factors. It doesn't go for like there is more now. Risk Number one, it is what power imbalance. Number two, vulnerabilities. Number three, key external risk factors. That's what I mean. Poverty, epidemics, humanitarian crisis. How do we say what? se itseng se wa ka boemong jwang? Pandemic e itseng re tlameha re recruite di-peer educators kapa di-healthcare workers, the community ya batho ba leng puo. Ke nna ke recruiter ke lo re mo banana ba fela ba puo ba batla mosebetsi. That's what this means. Dintho tseo kaofela tse tlang di eketsa risk ya siya. Now, le ska nahana ntho ena e etsahala makeisheneng a rona, naheng ya rona fela, all around the world. These are the examples. So do you see what you're talking about, children? If these things are here, all over the show, we don't have time to go through that. But detail, documented. So they can't be, mother, you remember the issue you dealt with? Yeah, sexual harassment and the mentoring part. It is because these organizations cannot be lenient on us because we're ignorant, because it's a global problem. When it happens more, they pick up on you to say, I'm not about now South Africa. This thing is a global phenomenon. It's a halal. Therefore, Aruti, reverted out. It's better than in the context of grant activities. I get the program. Mandate later, IDT. Kimanga kicking a hot of a low valley. 122. Kimanga of 122 and a but so this is the 122. It's my level out point. No, but because those people have vulnerabilities, the same things we have just seen here, say possibility, risk, yes, is very high in the grant activities. Where does SIA occurs? At distribution of resources. More than the resources develop, SIA. SIA, we are everywhere. When services are offered and to sextort, extortion. Monarchy extortion as sex. Sextort people. When a vulnerable person is in a situation that puts them at risk, e.g. a child alone with a doctor. Luna, Lisa Balanga again, the doctor, that come to consultant. Make your scam. Who feel it of Jaman? I got none alone and I got to. If you a West Hand, we are one. He let him Musadi, Dog Day. Musadu get a little man. Not from the. I can't let the available system. What doctor, patient in confidentiality. We don't try that 2 years later. Kimakalamone well went off for 2 years. PK, high monarchy. You see how small these things are? But yet, during recruitment of employees, recruitment of employees. No, see, we are hiring. Yeah. These things just happen. No, see, help me out. Let's check this one quickly. I hope we're not worrying. No. Are we learning? Yes. What's happening? Yes, we don't have a second. More organization in the equity, Miami, Tabu, okay. Tabona trade, Atlantia. How do I like that fair? Epila kala ngatu. And I kala ngatu. Ko hana mutuna ta shubuti. E tamo wala ta kapili ba. Yeah. Kaya ba kire da mu bula fe. Ang da ke ke te wang ba ka na. Kitule. And ya what went to keep ignorance from where he's sitting. Por mar da na sim la tua. Mulimo ape mtukalo toba. So kimi tebe tuwa ka utuza tabo tabo mkhoti ya kahtemna. Ya utusiza mtume ape mtukalo toba martaba ye ekar sinyo mtume tiko fe. Yana mutiye wanta mtume ape mtukalo toba. Ye wanta utakapili tabo to kanetina. Yana yo kiana anga to complain anga tabo lang rei pa man na sa katala pin. Kile katala fo bila apatan. Then what? You ready, Marco? Es la vela.
You know, if one person doing this exact same.
Marco will say with the place. Si jab ema ka enjoy kar. Ako kasi din, wala kita untuk hal melong sa nabud sa ito.
Okay, that's fine. No, it's fine. All right, Vijay. Remember that technology. Go back to the beginning. Just pause. This video indicates various areas and places and circumstances. You've seen in the last like here's how it this video talks to us. And then we will rush.
Meet Aman and Sarah, like you, work for humanitarian and development organizations. Everyone who works for the humanitarian organization, including staff, teams, and contractors, it is an important role in making sure that during your communities they support. Aman and Sarah disaster, conflict, Services. So, feeling the community scenes as its failing sexual exploitation or abuse of organization. Any suspect of exploitation which they say or advance, they should believe investigate themselves. Something essential to rehab. For example, all of zero skills are full. People reported enormously through the organization sexual exploitation and exploitation. Organization for causing people.
Kwanza ongezea mnaje ugauli wa pesa. See how serious this is. re emisa mosebetsi wa go thusa batho re tshwanetse re lelekisane le mashudu le dife le kwane le mamelele jale gote ga o le lemelelele o ke ke wa investigate investigate ke ba se mamelele. The most difficult part ya dintho tse ke gore once o kuswa ka ntho e itseng o jikisa everybody else around you to become your opposition, your friends, your colleagues, everybody else ba tlameha jwale ba eme ka mona e be di-witness either for you or for the organization. Relationships is over one. How to have banana? I get rid of the program man ya sex friend. Jabu, buffet price.
Only 200 rand down, only 500 rand. This time I never got the story. This is again. Only 1,002. We are leveling
What do you get for 1 2?
The
package.
Get around the A1.
Safe space, Jabu.
Oh, online. I can. How can I have more online? I can one. Already beginning and a more help that I'm born. I can learn to and a while that I'm born. Ke 1,000 I ke batho ba tambo di boteleng eo ya harassment ya ke le monana so ka
now without taking it, that is not where we were going. Yes. We were saying if you can't propose love to a woman, talk to sex work team, they will direct you for how is your budget. Are you in the 50 rand space?
Yeah.
That's where to play. When you get back from there, you say there's no trouble. But you can't then put your hands on your colleague here because now you're getting us into trouble. That's what it means. Done and dusted. But I'm not saying it. Well, I didn't know to tell you to from the I can tell you what the first thing and then what's in the wallet. Good. All ahead. Now, what are 6 core principles? 6 core principles. There are 6 core principles. No sex with children. No sex with children. I keep it. I can lose it. It's well among. See a space. I get on no what it. The opinion is 9 standards. And I get the principles. This is all the summary I'm giving you because lots of it are in your own groups. As you look more, wabona hore go to see how whatever native or humanitarian development. Lunatic educators, Liponi video. Manes Liponi video. Social worker Liponi video. The manager Liponi video. Yet the wrong thing. Tabala one or demo. Offer Nakru one everybody else. Utemo. The Popa in time. I like one. I like one. Exactly. So, for you to understand this whole training, now, this is a 2.5 day training. We're squeezing it into these few hours. All the time, what do we put? Or 6 core principles, or 9 standards. Which way? But I can give you some way. This slide only talks about in global funds. How do I see it? Well under 0 tolerance. I can look the man video more. Hambakai. Simple. Fire. So it's got a that's what this means. Good. This is number 4. Again, number 9, number 6, number 4. I'll try to listen to them. What's is called training. Mona, 4. The boy I can't say matlek. Prevent, detect, respond, monitor. Mon. Prevention, detection, response, monitoring. Who prevent as well? Let the policies, let the contract management, safer recruitment, and to allow the standards. Mandatory training, very mandatory training. To allow man prevention. Prevent Manes. Prevention methods.
Family planning.
Contraceptive prevention methods. Prevent them on that's why there's some more prevention. Mandatory training, prevent. Risk assessment and mitigation. I can want it to take risk. Yes, yeah. How's it seem with our who detect one? Return presentation. Basic awareness. You remember that? Community awareness, safe and accessible reporting mechanism. How's that report? And how report to be safe? I can report because what's about victimization. I'm going to report it. Response, victim-centered approach. Victim survivor support, investigation function, protection from retaliation, discipline and sanctions. Because we implement a program. Receive full time. I can't can you attend the pressure? Popular commitment down. References. Don't go plan. What's more than I said, 8 to 4. Imam from the complain 8 to 4. So no plan the rule without a Kimang family is a number 1.
Yeah, that is what.
No plan. One copper, who tells you? That left copper and galant and copper hot to hot. How so sorry? Can it hot your feeding? When it's contracting now only close. Erin house was at Taba, Fanaga notice, and I tell you here 2 weeks. Urujete ran never never how Nika Hotor, Copanica Hotor, the Alibu. lebedi ba kgonyana e re le nna ga se ke sa thaba ke re mokgotsi ya katlhe monna ga ke sa thabile jale e seng pere kgabane ka kgotsa ga se ka ra tudisanang ra e ka matone mapesa ra go ba bonolo gore ke re wena ana o lo batla mosebetsi kae ke lo batla right to care ba re ba batla motjela a etsa tjena o apply ke apply mara ba mpatla reference letter ntate hle tsa thandile ka le bontsha bopaki ba thandile for ya thandile ke ngwane o waka o matale pele o a sebetsa yena ke sign ha le belaela le nketsetse ba fetla ntse ha ko bana le tantwe mana Shoprite ha na ba thula le dipoloi bana ha sa batla ho tjea mahlong mara ke kopa o bolela bana ba hao never use this against me yeah, twist that because I do have a community. Also, I like to say, we are open to our house. I can feel your head to do. I got that to do. If you put forward, then I know from what I don't know. Your people. How do I know who can in your house? But yeah. Okay, okay, there. Kata tili tuman kontrakan kai ba mara hari ukasala msinyeta mana auzo licho zo limuki kuparhawa nalo ba ahot asu dawlele kata ukisia ko iteri ko ba hao tsama ka hoto mo kami ba au implementation leka ana umlele ka tsama ka hoto. You know what is your benefit? Your benefit is you can go to UIM and say to them, this you know, you cannot translate defending. Upande tatamea mfayo. Maka kijuza wewe na usahau hasa musa batisi. Espera muito. Era eu não tô inteira, eu ia qual. Sabe que assim vem mais. Vai chegar lá daqui. Vai ao que. É, que dá outro também se quer, então, mas não faz Jadi dari mulai saya akan terkait dengan ini. Tahu itu tahu tahu penting. Banyak banyak kemudian berapa orang masih persiapan awal jaga, kerja. Kuasa untuk luar kawan. Mungkin awak sama jenis ada kami. Uyogu bilwa. This is why we're talking this process. Hari yenze recovery leye. Arshobiti. Jadi nzena ka ofale kile kale bakala bana halaita. Yani happy. Happy? Tik mako. One reason kena jana kata lagi. Yan, es lo kinyan. Yone, kita mak. Mame lenge. La obla mi lega 9 standard. Ite, malanga pi. Ai utang wala unges ne. O mo kal na kanam. Santel lo se Naga alikuwa anaomba adansi kitu. Sasa hawe tandozi. Register la kile resign ya fanda ya uhuput. Tukono training. Uruwi. Asa try lo keep business. Mama mbasha nambari hunda. Dike mama mbasha nambari hunda. Yale kena kal ke shini kate agere la mole bi no kate le kena kal ke shini agere katu bana ga ba hunda kate That is the very deal. Re a leboha. A re kgaohaneng ka kgotso. Nang ke tseng a re ke 10, 11, 12, 1, 2. How many hours have you worked for me that day? 4 times 5? 20 hours. 20 times 4? 80 hours in a month. Naku patala 8 hours a day. Kimang kila kam patala chete shota. Zala sentam. Ah, pam sekto, madoti. Kema. Maranga kari. Mukhoti muna. Kinali crisis. We need to work until 7 months ago. When I tell them to pay. When I'm to 4 hours a day. One. Let's be real. Okay, let me talk to this quickly so that we close this thing. Lose a bit. We are homeworking. Standard number 1 talks about organizational policies. Protected from sexual exploitation, abuse, and harassment. Organization responsibility policy. That's it. That's all. Full stop. We get it. It's standard 1. Standard 2. IRI, Ubeli management and contracts. Hari fanaka musebeti. Ubeli contract. Ekalusangur wena service provider. Riawihira ufanekali services on behalf of Tulwana to our beneficiaries. Mari contract enyene ere fananka yona. Riakenyeleta urukiki wa kikifeta wa abuser wa harasa the beneficiaries tawi. Haini siyo larga ya court. Kama tenga texi. Kama na bitu la kai. Ndeneuli mu. Hata ngaba chinja kigarata yona mu. Hakika tahayiva ye hasi atulana. Hakika haiti benito katulana. Hake fanaka service yetu this service provider takes. It is a wena mu. Ibona mwelele. Ichinja la kigera utumalo mwelele. Hakika yetasiya. Which leg do I have to stand on? Panisha private. When my contract is not anything in here. You get that? It's as simple as that. That's we are mandated training. Even the there's a protection here, see a trainer. Once through training, who sign attendance register. The day we give up the hair, not exactly, but this was that the Nanta Palafera and Lugari. The benefits are not really. Sister.
That is the organizational policies. Each organization can be able your a policy to align and listen with that. Now, as policies as organizations, I feel already that I'm coming about who are in consideration. Of course. Because we as the police, they are not in danger, we become enablers for sexual harassment. Whereby the directive for another avatar address. I don't want to tell or we do harassment. Now I am an enabler. Yeah, the harassment that came to my team.
You even taking it further, Sister G. To me, as well as the register. Kimanga access your information now, if to me as an understanding, copy X. You see how it sounds silly, but that's the reality we're talking about. Ke na le information ya lona kaofela. Nka kgetha ho etsa nka nyakela. Do you really understand this? Ha re o roma Vuyani, re be re o fa list e nang le mabitso a rona le di-account number tsa rona le ding. O bo e nka snepe wena o ikhipa wena. Simple small things, ne? If I remember signing consent form, does it? Since we came here. How many pics have we taken of everybody else? Who of you have signed consent forms? And we took it for granted. This is a general consent form. You run and say, nah, more. You don't have consent form. Do you understand? That's how dangerous it is. Well, I didn't get selfie. Stop it. That was I know Sakavarelin. C'est n'a pas sa partie, il y a un qui a fait du fait, toi, qui c'est. La mano belle sur la iba. La bonne année les mots. Les This is how dangerous this policy story is. Thank you for bringing that up. HR policies, HR policies, HR processes, safer recruitment. Merci. On a les mots sur les réseaux, les clauses. Et si les langues vont recruter pour le bastard à la canana, il fait vaste section. Yeah. Does the church have any clause in any of its policies that talks to protection? Yeah, this thing. That's a gap. Let's go to church. Does it have? Let's go to the society. Again, about the society. Utaya road flame. Who knows share society? Muta utabeta iti la ulima hao. Yawa wa musuna. How to policy society guy? Now here we bring it home to recruitment processes. They need to protect us. I'm summarizing this thing, but I yet I can't bring up here. Reporting here. How was that hand? I'm going back to your earlier comment. How was that hand? Was that report? But in a process that will be born. How you would matter fully, how about you never Baratamureka Stadia? I want to grow fair. You get to understand that. You don't do that with a particular matter as serious. Uri, in a little bayena, Umutio Mutsepa. Hakitibilur Naki, Tejuanki, Blelle Mank, Gueleman. Maraskablela, you know, my friend. Well, I'm talking, my lips are sealed. When your lips are sealed, you don't have to tell me that they are sealed. They must be sealed. Don't tell anybody else. I should not tell anybody. So we have mechanisms that reporting. We will share this presentation with you. Victim survivor assistance and referrals. Talk to that. For how assess a victim, we at the center. I choose now. How to send a how? Sky Cheva anywhere, Namutiapo. How to protect an anywhere. Utuamona, the social worker, police, those are your referrals, the assistance over number. But for that to happen, we don't wait alone. Listener, how can Kosa regimental rate investigation? This guy has rate investigation. Even John was on Yamena Kamona, Kamona, House of Mane, Nesuena, Nelimama.
Defamation ya character haikatazwi rent. Yes. Never. Allow us to investigate. But then you could tell fellow organization. Hey, that's how long-minded. Tapi aku report ituento, aku lupa sentral ya, Tina, ikai. Jadi saya akan kawan yang juga bantu. Tu fez no, because when you rush investigations, you mess them up. But how investigated them? No, when you talking about what you put them around. But when you sleep over it, gradually you become yourself. And how you control, I was not myself on the day. When are you yourself? That's why I'm doing myself for that. So please, investigate. And how investigate? Oh, live and again, not be put lemon, when I investigate that. On so don't tell me out, who investigate, and here I'm material investigate. What we are now understand investigation. But it's about that. Corrective measures. Now, correct.
Management. For example, from our management, it's important. For secure management, so
I'm listening to you.
I'm bringing this issue up because it's something that when I was before Panelio, utauta mutani na kitu kwa kufanya bali kwa kufanya ndio ora kama mama so hapo pale tuanza na hali na kinyelzi also extra so as an employee because if I drive more what is the time take 6 things no they can protect it no because people for the single people I can have to consider it when I did find any dependent effect. Mari,
before you even get to investigation, you must report it. If you get reporting right, I did in 2 seconds. If not as your manager, clearly at fault with what has happened, according to your judgment, you still have to let me know. That's the trick because again we become emotional about it. And now you floor in the process. Now the question here that they'll put you, how then does the organization protect the victim? Madam, the earlier issue here, client-centered approach, covers exactly the concern here now. How then do you protect the victim here this case? First of all, you will report to a safe space. Motio reporter, all the protection, the assistance, the support, the guidance. If the environment is really dangerous for this person who has reported this kind of abuse, do we remove this person to a safer space? At the same time, counseling guidance provide for you to handle this matter in such a way that are you affecting negatively? These are the steps that you need to take. And as we share this presentation, you will see all the steps
covered in there. Because re assume hore, by virtue of being a manager, kapa a supervisor, kapa a person who's sitting with power, you are above the law. Yes. It can be. We choose to assume that, and then power, authority. Now let me tell you my simple answer. I'll ask you the very difficult questions. Because I need to protect you first from yourself. And say, let's establish the following things. Good. When your lawyer prepares you for court, it becomes nice with you. Okay, now in the mind, yeah, the other lawyer, okay, now in the mind, the magistrate, okay, now in the mind, yeah, the witnesses against you, and has to ask you very uncomfortable questions. Wait a time. Court, how can Fanaka Karabote pay? It says actually. So the protection that we're talking about comes with this victim-centered approach, like guidance, like counseling. That should happen. I would then admit immediately, when you look at the organizations thoroughly, that do not have all these platforms and the resources and the divisions, in big businesses, full HR unit, full investigative unit, full what unit. You find people that have to multitask in these roles. But how then do you divide that is important. What is the best way to solve a problem? Let's not be leader. How do you solve that? You have to protect yourself from your wife. If I've outlapped a challenge, you will not protect yourself from it. How are we protect? Now, we complicate things. Problem solving. Area 1. Identify the problem. How if we manage problem here? Scaba problem. This is the problem. Once you've identified it, find possible solutions to the problem. Finality, solution step 5. All the other options on and then you select the best possible solution of all these things done and so. Once you have selected that, you apply that which you have selected, and then you evaluate the results are. All these things, do not let problems with your supervisors cripple you. Power relations. You do not let problems with your supervisor cripple you. You don't make your supervisor a problem. You deal with the problem that comes with the presence of your supervisor. It's one of the problem your girlfriend, your how, it's one of the problem your chum, your how, it's one of the problem that you only mouth, it's one of the problem your how. Anybody else, remove this person from the equation, deal with the problem. I didn't put earlier on top communication open when he was starting. If problem in communication, it's got a problem again. It's example kama hapana kwa tena. Kerimako kutlo kupa leave. Eyanda nikupa leave. Kiatama. Kerimako, how you living? Uhupula ukifika information in before kita sessioning in. Eyanda tere kitama erta iluki sa kapteti sa hakile hai. Tumiki ankipa. Akila ni solve problem. Do me? Report ya guy. That mako hake mata wite rimu ya mele utafita kai nini mutaita yeme monachi mako has this information ya keta ya molai tumisa patikir mako hauta pa ha how no kupa leave
You were very nice with me. You understand? How fit a house over them, Mauli Cheviao, the mamma, Walibala, who's only right here. How really good. How will they live a rule? How living phone how is a personal? But without diminishing the issue that this is raising, we are trying to say we should not. And not because I become a victim of all these things all the time, I understand. We should not then paralyze ourselves and say, by virtue of having the power, you don't need the power. All of you here know I use what is called soft power. One moment. You all know that I use soft power. But by real power, you get to know that I am in charge here and you have no say. It's my way or the highway. I can let you dance on my head the best way you want to and tell me anything you want to tell me. I do exactly what that old mutual was telling me. Which animal does that? Ah, rhino. Rhino jukubu. Yes. I would go back that way. You would push me until my back is against the wall. When I have nothing else except you, you're gone. And you can't use that against me. You can't. Because first of all, if I'm saying who of you have I promised anything I can hear that I have turned against? I've given you my word when you were employed here. Each one of you tell me which word I have not fulfilled. And if you have to raise your hand, you will tell me, and manipulated me. No. But in essence, when I give you my word, that's all I give you. Irrespective of what it cost me, I can come and the management. Back to the issue. Do not allow your emotions cloud your judgment. That's how simple it is. When you have not been in a position of authority, you believe that you can do a better job until you are there. And when you get there, reality hits you. I was talking to my I carry all of you. You want to tell you. That is what is happening with it. Again, let's about punishment. Yeah, one route for how if it anybody else. Because all these people I carry each one of you here. How to a holiday in Cape Town, in Nigeria. You don't understand the things we go through. They like to do but this is after hours. I'm sorry for that. But all in all, what we are saying is sorry for being the Monday. We're summarizing this thing and dealing with all other issues. Never take for yourself. But at the same time, be careful that you are not the only person that chooses to complain every time than compliment the work that we do. I'll give you an example. Man, a beaten man. That woman. It will take me to die to insult him. For one reason, I was unemployed for 4 years. 4 full years. She pestered me. For 3 years, she did not earn a cent your salary. I earned a salary.
Ha ke batla ho nahana ka di-right tsena tsa ka tse absolutely tsa lona tse absolute, and it comes to mother, I have no right. That's how deep that is. For your information, mother has a family relationship, Leru, but she never mixes that. Mother relates with my ex-wife, who's the mother of my kids. She relates with me. She relates with my wife soberly, without mixing these things. At work, she's my boss. At church, I am her boss. That woman. She does that to me. I cannot pay and show her in the middle finger. I can't. It's about lapping, it's about hurricane. Sorry. Sorry. You are here because I believe in you. Irrespective of how you behave. But there'll come a day. Last example. Nosy? See this woman. I look out to Mutulana and manager. I'm not and manager again. What's that, Nosan? Water and oil have we been, Linosan? I would spend 3 hours explaining to Nosana something that can take me 15 minutes. Literally 3 hours I would explain on the phone, face to face. And the next morning she's back to where she was. Today, I can sit back and say, Nosana, take this assignment, run with it. She's international. With her mother would say, Limungilega. But today, mother can say, Nosana, run with this thing and that and do it for me. This is how much we believe in each one of you. Close this thing by saying, I ask people a personal question. Now I want to make it public. Dad, I want to make it public. I ask people here, privately, each one of them, and I'm asking each one of you this question. Meaning, what is the question? Stand up, tell us. Just before you speak, I didn't know this woman. I met her in this place. When was that?
Last year.
October last year. What were you doing here? She was a facilitator for my team here. Pause again. I found her here. I met her that day. And that's where our paths crossed. She's sitting here today. What did I ask you? I asked that question to each one of you. And look me in the eye. The hope. That's Kalangaraba. And if your answer is yes, prove that to me. Send me a note. Remind me of the day and the dates. You have hope of that. I will repent. I will apologize. And if I have to leave, I will write to that woman and say, I must leave. This is how evil I am. Guilty. I challenge each one of you. Honestly. I'm asking each one of you, assess me for all the years you worked with me. Do I fall into the category of an evil person? And if the answer is yes, prove that to me. I will apologize unconditionally. And if you have to punish me, I will let you punish me. If you have to refer that to my boss, do that. Do you know how I keep my job here? Those of you that have worked with me, how do I get to have my contract renewed? Do you know who decides my contract? Who is that? Which boss do you know? Who does that? It is because my name is Leholda. Literally, that's my name, Yahal. I am a slave. And I live that life. I got it. You didn't know this. That's why I live with you this way. That's why I serve you like a slave. But the danger is what? Because I choose not to be, even if I say so myself, intentionally evil with people. When God fights for me, everything else stops. Can't fight for myself. But I serve a man who is the man of war. When he breathes, the oceans part. Can't fight for myself. When I'm work, I can't go to the grave before I fulfill you, my burden. And I'm glad our ways crossed. How Kabalia before the season, you won't blame me. But I've done my part. Yes, Palisa. Palisa came to the interview. She failed the interview distinction. Palisa. Linda, I'm going to wake up from the interview. Yes, Palisa. Look at where she's sitting today. How many years later, Palisa? 3 years. 3 years. And I'm saying this not out of pride. I have nothing to brag about, nothing to boast about. And I'm saying these things out of pure love for each one of you. Who is the youngest in this room? I know, say, go ahead. LJ. Bange. I was going to tell her she come in. Angel. 5. Guess who's the youngest next? This one. This one in less than 3 years. She's sitting in a position in Kangmanes, 40 years your career. Ask the G. Because back here, come on, we record anytime. Let him.
We're not finished.
Let me tell you this, and I'm honest with all of you. I don't blackmail people. But a time will come when a new king will arrive who does not know Joseph. A new king will arrive in this organization who does not know Joseph. I'll not know someone. I can put. You mean? Direct me. You can go ahead and break. Elsie, come.
Party can come on behalf of the client. However, as it is, we must also get to the client and get the full case description and the consent from the client direct. If we see a report against third party and then the third party really honest signing the consent form, we do not take that as a case because the case is signed straight to the mode important, which is the client. So have a client baby on important, then must sign the consent. If he reported if the party, means the reactor must go to the client and sign the consent so that he can help considering the result. And then you also have the referral forms whereby one of the now or the referral is one of the indicators that we have. The social or I think about this stakeholder if you then say it and let's now with about cases are they become referred. Because it happens that the case that reported a human rights violation, it all has to just spell our intervention and HRA. It also needs the psychosocial intervention. It also needs the SEPS interventions for the NPA interventions. So for that, we have the referral forms that we are using. For example, need about the client from the human rights violation, all the aspects they get covered. We have the mediation forms. Mediation form was if sometimes the client is also and then when we come in between, but when we come in between the clinic, maybe you follow the professionalness for the HW, especially the attitude towards the client. So I cannot find in the OPM to make sure that whatever violation that might have happened, we address it. That's the way we cover it. So we can in between so the same the mediation form to record the agreements that we have between Rona and the president and then we also have the process note. The process note whereby if the outline the merit of the case or exactly from what the scenario outlined in Sona, other information in a short other interventions that we could have done from the case description. So the clear process noting more. And also I had a process noting sorry. Once you have documented the case on our first follow-up, second follow-up, or the third follow-up that you are doing, we are still recording that is a process note now. This was the first time that we did this. The second time, what happened? The OPM has set up a meeting and this is what we agreed on. And then the third attempt, this is what we did and agreed upon. So the process note we have the cell phone registers. It's obvious cell phone registers where you are following up on the client. So which client did you get hold of? Then we are recording that so that we understand that it's very important and it's also very difficult to refer the correct contact details because it's the line of job that they are doing. So as I talk about the contact details, it's correct. However, for the contact details, we are also encouraging the reactors to use the alternative numbers, which is for the PA or the site coordinators or the HTS counselors, because we are documenting the sex workers. So sex workers have hotspot and the PA educators. So if we need that person as well, we need to know now how do we locate that person. Our contact to that person, or HTS counselor for the site coordinator, and then the register is what we are doing to register each and every client, and then we have the AC2 intake form. AC2 form is when the client has the legal cases. This one's in about legally represented. The advocate or the lawyers that we are with by Access Chapter 2. So they have that the intake form by essentially consent. When the reactors are taking your case, about this case, you want to like the legal intervention. So since I was saying that the intake form or AC2, whereby it allows the lawyers from the AC2 or the family AC2 to do interventions on your behalf, but they will have to come and contact you as well to make sure that the information that is provided there is correct. And then we have the AC2 Teams system. That's the system the parliament to upload and refer the cases immediately. Like when they get the cases now, they can just upload it and then assign any lawyer that they have or if they attend the case, how then they update is okay, I think I've dealt with that one. The importance of correct documentation. If the reactor is already documented, we are ensuring that justice is being served. Okay? If you document the handle, we are ensuring that justice is we are ensuring justice is served and happy to how so in several how na any party documentation to the problem. Because sometimes the case referrally to the AC2, but when they are documenting it, some information for Kahala, like the type of incident, the date or the place where the incident took place. So if So it's like to the client, we are not ensuring justice for the client. So the correct documentation also allows us to have the policy advocates, whereby the detailed records are essential for advocating policy changes. So that's whereby it's a to come on now. Clinicing e le ka mona ka hatandile e mong le mong a kenang ba beile boto hore tshwantse o teste kapo ba HIV le ka this side ba STI le ka this side the sex worker le ka this side. So if that's the policy e bona ba e sebedisang to their facility, re kgona hore re kene fela dipakeng tsa bona mona so that we can advocate hore now this one, yes, it is working for you guys, but it is also discriminating this hip-hop that we are servicing. So how about we come up with something that is going to accommodate all of us without stigmatizing or discriminating any of us? So it also allows us for resource allocation. The resources that we have, as little as they are, allocated if the correct information has been provided. We also help SCATA via monitoring and evaluation. Now, what impact are we doing to the cases? What impact are we doing to the program as well? And it also builds the awarenesses. The nature and the extent of which the human rights violations they get advocated and then they get resolved and then they reduce the stigma and discrimination. I think my 5 minutes will be up for now. Thank you very much.
Wena o tswetse le pela ha o bona. Ke be ke le phala ba nka bua ya ba bosa. Ane do ko pele o se di matsohle ba ina. Kina goma o tlo tsaka na goma. Ha? Ba go se ikele go se le ga.
Okay. Okay, colleagues, what is I have to wait 10 minutes. Basically, I don't have a question. You go find a rather to let it see what they give on the content. So, basically, I don't have a question. It's so much performance there on. And I went to the but I went in the program. So, the government today, renale objective. So, réfléchis là, vous avez pas hors les autres rivières. Vous avez objectives c'est un petit for NMF. The implementers of sexual programming. So, this is basically the model everything is going to implement the program. So, this were the services we have put down on so this is our geographical coverage. Data management. Yeah, SWP program. Oh, Mama Pondo. So this is the team that we are supporting as the MNE team. And the program manager, and the operation manager. We have site coordinators, we have business and secretary, we have HCS administrative officers, professional nurses, clinical specialists, and more. And then we have 2 social workers, the program advocacy officer, and then we coordinate the social officers and drivers. We are guided. So for everything that we do as data management team, we are guided by the MNE plan, the organizational policies, the performance framework, program description, key indicators, reference sheet, the SOP and guidelines, data tools, data management systems, reports, review meetings, internal OSBDs and external OSBDs feedback. And this is basically our data flow diagram, couple data flow chart. Where do we start implementing the services on a daily basis? So every one of us, when I live there, individual will prepare that we know. And then the weekly plan, the record on the system as well. So planning will whether you that the DQOs now responsibility are we on the system via audit. So house now planning means how I say this and well I even touch on the company. And then the chefs and meeting officers, you want to as well. So the purifications have a company client, their role for like you hear about they complete the risk assessment and then they spot check on the mistakes they can analyze on the document. The issues limited officers dollar because the client service form and also it is their responsibility to ensure that the client service form are completed correctly. Then the social worker and advocacy, the one about that client service form. So in client service form every service is comprehensive consolidated. So finally, PSS form mono, you know, has separate, finally HRA form, you know, has separate from the form. So basically all the teams are using the client service form. So the next follow-up step, like I was saying, coordinations, we need to check out all of the also take around the team is using the hands of and then they hand over those forms to the DQOs for capture. So if Pretora also now we don't want to capture, then we return it back until we have on the log sheet. So we quickly then Mutatana but sometimes it takes time for the code back to us and it delays the capturing and it delays the reporting, it delays all the process. So same as the clinical team. And then the M&E coordinator officer, on daily basis or verify the activities that have been captured, and so documents versus the system, and then more than the Erasina, Jologadi DQOs, who this is a big process and then a consolidated report, and I send the internal report verification, and then the program manager will send their report to the program. So our role as the data management team about the monitoring and evaluation coordinators is to ensure that we provide a continuous internal management of activities. We also have to ensure that the project is on track. I get an objective, so I have to find out objective. So we must ensure that data and the project is on the right track. And then we measure the progress towards the objective. We identify where programs and challenges. And then with evaluation, we assess whether the project is achieving its intended objectives and focuses on outcomes and impact. So, as management, as monitoring and evaluation managers, I see most of the numbers impact as well. So how to get 2082 but so I want to default treatment and they suppressing cabojoa. So this are the impacts that so this is basically the truth in the program. I think we are one by one, we all know them. And then this is the reporting period. Like we started at quarter one, reddish what it means we have run different into the native contracted. So we are only left with these two quarters. And quarter 11 and quarter 2 gives at about 6.
Can you please go back to the previous slide?
You are very fast.
I don't know what to look at. These data tools that you use, what are you doing with the process notes? Do you have them? Do you look at them and see them and have them?
Yes, it's part of the, okay, we are using a patient record file. So whatever the services that has been provided to the client is in that file. So we have the process note, we have the PSS document, the referrals, everything in one document.
Thank you. Thank you.
So yeah, like I was saying, where we are in quarter 11 is the shortest of them all, even quarter 12 because of the festive holidays. So colleagues, this means we need to put more extra effort to ensure that Harakwala quarter 11, Harakwala quarter 12, if you look at all our targets, our performance looks good because Harakwala beyond my changes. So then that means our performance must speak for ourselves. And give the performance for letter of them. So please, colleagues, this is basically the performance indicators that are she talked about because but we have the count in which they count as well. That is why in a quarter, now I'm 25, but so this explains that for which HCS type and invitation. So this is the base that we have read as the SWP program. Laguna Quarter 1 are implemented because we started off late with the implementation. So Quarter 1 have a similar add on. And then Quarter 2, Quarter 3, and then from Quarter 4 until where we are, we've been performing very well. So and then okay, this is the extract for quarter 8 and quarter 10 performance respect for the district. One is basically rich. So we have areas whereby we have dropped the ball, especially in Maltapo. We are reaching 10,072 in a quarter, and then we are down at 654. So we need to do something because we are following the same people, we are implementing the cohort and retention. So they still need our services, they still need us. So it's our duty to ensure that the Lord strengthen our outreaches and ensure that we reach those people like me. When I'm explaining, so it is my vigilance, my general height to the review, high giving information. So this is basically the information share that we cohort maintenance. Lavana Home. Yes, we perform well.
One.
Lavana happened, with regards to Malta, we still had a struggle there. We need to fix Malta to ensure that the number that in a cluster is provided with testing. But as for other sub-districts, we are trying. For Nketwana and Pumelena, we had a challenge of like pictures on that side. So like the place in the model ensure that they are so the success is the success of the program. But when I felt sorry, I need to share it with the team, and we successfully awarded for the best performing and consistent SR and P3. That is all our points features. And then for Pilot 4, we are successfully awarded for the best SR in cohort maintenance. Hi, the challenge is the result is not but here is with regards to the biometric so the data is have an strategy. But then again, more it shows the login stand biometric. You right now look at the biometric, And I also ensured that we color the additional SIM card so that as a senator does one, the organization is in the United one another. So that I feel like you know now, who's all about the time. But so those are the challenges, the things we were in mitigation, and then our best practices, and then thank you.
I really encourage our to take notes and maybe kind of when if you want the areas that interest for when or contact them with or unappeasant. Like you know, there's so many things there of what you do instead of you can take home. So we'll have a session. Especially on the presence of people who really don't really talk about it. Shall we get about so go home and like a corner first? Oh, but I'm not going to go on those things. Well, I want to go on.
Technology. You don't need a laptop.
I know that.
You need it.
Yes.
Where is it?
There is.
Oh, it's coming.
Yes.
I got you.
How can you tell to select together?
You want something out of my
So you got some confidential settings here. Yes, you do. Yes. Slideshow. What do we do to this slideshow? You know what to do?
No, it's not mine. So
Oh, you don't know?
I gotta loot her. But he's in the
Yeah, well,
no,
press the button then. Thank God.
Okay, colleagues, have fun. Okay, turn now.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right.
Morning, colleagues. Okay, thank you, Marco. And I'm a professional nurse / clinical manager. So I am going to do infection prevention control because as we know, at the health services, so we need to make sure we have measures in place to prevent infections that are ongoing. And as we know, the major infection now, Ebola is like Corona, or the community Corona, it's easy again amongst other infections. So that is why there's presentation. So my presentation entails the introduction, understanding infections, principles of infection prevention and control. I'm not going to necessarily do the pandemic preparedness because the technical content, and then it will be the conclusion of the.
Yes. Welcome.
Okay, so we talk about infection prevention and control. How do we prevent infectious diseases? And strategies implement to minimize prevent the infection from one person to another, and to raise awareness as well, and to educate the clients and ourselves again the importance of infection control in the
So, all right, before we can have now the infection between the cycle of transmission, I guess. So infections because I can be harmful microorganisms, like an virus, like the bacteria, defining the microorganisms still governed the parasites, I guess. So those are our infectious agents, ne? And then how shall I on your thank you. You're right.
It's our left, your right.
Okay, we have a susceptible host, ne? Our bodies, they know how to the infections again. So other factors that influence is our age and our immune system, again, immune deficiency. So after that, in the body, guys, it affects the respiratory system, and then the digestive system, which is our mouth, our stomach, our broken skin, and our mucous membranes as well. So mode of transmission was this infections they have physical contact by touching, having sex, and then the other one could droplet they have and airborne as well. So it gets around to the other person's secretions, so how gaga, how safer, skin sweating, I get a muddy as well. So the reservoir it is what accepts the microorganisms, and these are the foods that we eat, the people and the environment. So this is whereby viruses, parasites, multiply, I guess, to make themselves affect anything. And then, as I've indicated, the mode of transmission, I want to contact person transmission. And then renally airborne transmission, which occurs when infectious agents, into air, sneezing, coughing, and then the baby ahead. It's the same. And then signs of infections, these are the common ones. How much akala I think as a city has the animal what kind of infection is it again, and all to do with that test. So the common ones are fever, fatigue, headache, sometimes shortness of breath, chest pains, weight loss, persistent cough, body pains, but they will also differ and okay, so section 2, the global standard precautions for infection transmission. And then basically the important one, which is the easiest, it is making sure that we practice a hand hygiene. Hand hygiene, so it's a sure the pathogens, certain so alcohol-based hand rub, it is another body sanitizer accessible ever since COVID. So it's very important for people to sanitizer so that sanitizer. And then hand washing with plain water and soap. And then antiseptic hand washing hands. Then we have they are very harmful or hazardous. So picture more here, step by step, so it's very important for the mobile safe spaces, we have this picture so that we remind ourselves how do we practice hand wash accordingly. Okay, it's still the same here. So we should wash our hands before, during, and sometimes I have you forget how and then putting between hanging raw and already eat food. And then how that out to the cell, have to give my smooth pass up a matter, have a cut out. So the house that I was unpanning hair, so basically hand wash, look at the environment, and disinfectants tsa rona ke our sanitizers re dula re na le tsona mo re sebeletsang teng, because also environment, as I've said, ke mo e leng hore the microorganisms can multiply and then re re tshwaetsana again. So respiratory hygiene etiquette molao ke hore we need to cover our mouth and nose, especially ha o kula o tshwere ke sefuba. So di-mask di teng tse di tholahala, and then don't forget to tell zona if o qala utlwa hore wa kgohlela, please guys, ha re cover our mouth and nose. And then the other one ke hore le di-glove ha re thusa di-clients when testing our clients, ha re apareng for di-gloves tsa rona and our mask. Le ha re kgohlela ke reng ho na le etiquette fela, ha o kgohlela you cover again with your ke arm kapa ke yana eng. Okay. All right, colleagues, so the environmental cleaning and disinfection here. So we need to regularly clean our spaces, not offer services. We decline to about hand wash again, because this is the way a long who prevent the infections the thing who multiply. Okay, and the other one of which we take it light, because if it's easy for it, and then this microorganisms multiply and then infected TB here. So that is our natural ventilation and mechanical ventilation, our fence here, etc. So colleagues, I'm done. Thank you. Remember, hand wash forever. Thank you.
Yo kopile usimani ni wapi anapenda. Unalipota.
Okay, thank you, Sister Janelle. Just a reminder for our HTS counselors, as much as we are using our sanitizers, there's a reason behind us making bottles of sanitizers. You cannot every time only sanitizer. There has to be a time whereby you wash your hands. So now let's us not lying. Saying alcohol sanitizer only, because at the end of the day, the most effective way
Right. Then I think I'm going to one of the measures that we take after accidentally yourself. And one of the things that you need to do is just to so it's very important to value the bottom line. So please give it up for my PM. Yes.
All right, good morning, colleagues. Kalibito ki Nelisiwe Dichaba. I'm working for TG program for Tulwana and Limo. I'm just gonna quickly take you through all the steps RDA, M&E department, ADA in when they are populating their month-end reports. I just want to show you guys the work that gets to be done. So what happens, it starts from the data, as Upalisa has indicated. Once the forms have been submitted at the office on Fridays, this is the form that they need to populate on a weekly basis. where it indicates, it shows off all the key indicators that we're working with. They are listed, I'm not gonna go through them. So on a weekly basis, they need to make sure that the forms that they have, your raw data that they have in hand, it's forms that will be captured onto the system. So once those forms have been captured on the system, so as you can see, we've got the part where it says reported, as well as captured or variance. So the reported forms have to link exactly with the captured forms. Now we're talking about the orbit system. So we've got two systems that we use to report, to populate our reports. So that would be your orbit system as well as the KVAP system. And then we've got other tools, that internal tools that were implemented by the M&E department just to make their lives a bit easier, because each and every tool that they use, it has to align to the reports, to the data that has been populated onto the month-end reports. Okay. So once that weekly or versus captured report has been populated, they then have to populate the prep report. A prep report also, it talks to the data that has been collected for that week. We're talking about the total number of clients that have been reached, total number of clients that have been tested, as well as e-prep. So this one emphasizes more on the prep report. So again, this information has to link with the weekly information that was populated onto the weekly versus captured. This report gets to be submitted every Fridays unless we have an event during the weekend. So in that case, then those forms will then be captured and populated. Then the report will be submitted on Sunday. That's the only exception that they have. Okay. And then we have now your, where is this? The e-orbit system. So once the forms have been captured, e-orbit system is a bit of a dome, if I can put it that way, because it accepts whatever information that you're feeding it with. Whether you capturing unelisiwe 3 times, it will accept it. It's not gonna say, it's not gonna flag it as though this is a duplicate. So there's an exercise that the M&E officer as well as the data quality officer have to do. We call it the deduplication system, where they would be checking if the raw data that we have at the office, does it align with the information that is reflecting on the orbit system. So now what happens here, I'm not gonna waste time and take you through the deduplication system. So once this information has been captured onto the orbit system, this information then gets to be transferred overnight to the KVAP. KVAP is a system, it's a very clever system, I think, compared to the orbit one, because with it, you can never have it duplicate on there. If, say, your orbit system says you've got 170 or 175 forms that have been captured on the, and then when you go and check e-orbit system, e-KVAP system, it would say 170. Already, it tells them that there are duplicates on the system. Then they have to go back and check, like, who are those clients that are reflecting, that are extra, that are showing onto the KVAP system. So, so once that has been done, we have been requested by the funder that all the reports that we are populating, your monthly reports, they populate, let me take myself out of that. They populate their reports using data that is taken from eKVAP, because it's data that is clean. It has been checked and verified by the system, so there won't be any duplicates, as I have mentioned. So this is the KVAP system. So what happens, this is the dashboard. So each dashboard, each and every quarter, like now we are in, this is quarter 10. That was July, August, and September. So we have all the key indicators that we are reporting on. That would be your reach, your test, and STI, your TB, your PrEP, and your ART. So this would be July. Whatever information that you populate onto the orbit system, it automatically comes over here. But the problem is with the system, it, like I've indicated, it populates the information overnight. So if maybe say Untate Swart was requesting Upalisa that maybe I need to go, I've got a meeting with the executive, I need to populate data. If they need to make sure that on a weekly basis, their data is captured onto the system so that there are no delays, then you're able to present data that has been checked and verified by your system. So we had a problem once the system is down. I think it was down from quarter 8. So it meant that the reports could not be submitted because now the only system that I think was a bit functioning was e-orbit system, but you can't really rely on that because as I've indicated of the duplicates and all that. So we had to devise means, they devised means as the team that they will rather, instead of, because they couldn't even capture forms onto the system, they would populate their reports manually, then so that when the systems are finally up and running, they're able to just go back and check the differences and fix whatever the numbers that are not aligning properly. So this is a very beautiful system that they created. So if you can even go and check the art indicator. All the linkages, you say we've got clients that have been reached and sorry, clients that have been successfully linked on e-prep or whether e-art or STB or STI, they will also reflect here. So you need to make sure that before the quarter ends, or if maybe there were clients that you're still trying to get, like I think in July we had one client that tested reactive, but they couldn't, there were some reasons which I'm not going to get into. Biomedical knows those reasons. So that client was not initiated. So when you check there, it will show that the client, we do have a client that was reported and who tested reactive, but was not linked to care. So there would also be sessions with IFANDA where they want to know those reasons why the client has been tested but not initiated. So yeah, biomedical has those normally has those reports, and then with the prep as well, they also need to make sure that each and every but let me just put it this way: when the quarter ends, you need to make sure that all your linkages have been captured properly, successfully, so that you're able to report if you're saying that you've got how many 39 clients that have been linked successfully on prep. That also has to reflect here because they are able to access this. It's a live system, so they're able to access this and check your reports. Then once you're done, once everything reflects properly here on the KVAP system, you then go and populate their monthly report. So whatever that is reflecting on the monthly report has to align properly with KVAP system. Thank you.
May you stand? Ke kopa re etse so. Stretch your arms. Stretch your arms. Ke bona ni mo ka morao. Shake your fingers. Close your eyes. Shake your arms. While your eyes are closed, Mamronti. Shake your upper body. Don't abuse your upper body, please. Just shake it nicely. While your eyes are closed, take your arms down. Slowly. Slowly. As if you are turning as I'm turning towards your, is this your right? To meet the left. Take it up again. Bend on the other side. Take it up as if you are twisting your waist, but nicely so. As you are coming back to the other side. All right. While your arms are there, ne? While your arms are there, creatively so, without hurting the person next to you. Make an imagination in your head as if you are holding a stone, right? And if this stone is heavy and all right. So we are about to throw this stone away from you, ne? In a count of 1 to 3. 1, 2, 3, throw it!
Kaya nagpun pa tidak sesuatu na kwa itu dia lah bukan entah banyak apa ini lebih more than 3 hours program and if I understand how the next session is about protection from sexual exploitation, abuse and harassment. That is the session that we want to run. And I would really like to appreciate our first agents, the clinical specialists for assisting us one of the so what I want to do is the president Malayala ko na ata na very proud for long siya ka kale mo wala naman ikan ay kapangalan over to you, that is what you have to do. And now, even like a speed.
Ako yan.
etsa ntate Maitseng mme ya. Ka hara rona re se re na le Mada o sa dumedisitse re na le Ausman Titi hape morao mane a re sekipa se tshwarang le sa bo ntate Kgotso jwang.
Sign language, I really miss, I really. We have two choices, either I put on my mask and you stay the way you are, or I take off my mask, you all put on your masks. You have a choice, either.
All right. Ano kung ba yan nakita mo ikaw kung tatay ko mo. Paano kung wala pala mo?
That can be leaded by example, what they do right now. If only me is off sick for 2 weeks, the organization runs. But if all of you are off sick for 2 months because of me, I mean for 2 weeks because of me, we are stuck. So we have a choice. Some choices are just what they are. Please show me your teeth before you put in your mask.
You must see the other one.
Oh, cool. You don't have teeth anymore, just show us. And just smile and rest your face. I don't like using the word. It's the worst season for me, not when we have work. And let me check. Unless, will I worsen my situation if I take my jacket off? Your flu broke, so it's okay. So what did I do? You can take it off. You can take it off. You sure? Yes. It depends what is it that is being taken off. I was talking about
Yeah, the jacket.
Have you had your seatbelt on? I will start from saying when our seatbelt on for this session. Are they on? We are ready to fly. We're getting into a roller coaster setup.
along the way. If you were planning to sulk, this is not the session to start to sulk. If you start sulking, you will sulk until you can't sulk anymore. And you will have to come back to the reality. Let me see how many people are new in this organization. Please do that so that the people can saw you. How many people are new? Did you hear my English? Please do that so that the people saw you. Come, let me give you 3 advertisements. Come quickly. I need a pic of these lovely people. Mother back. Mother, I need you to come see these new faces. It's fine. For the moment, take off your mask. After that, you can then put your masks on. Come on, guys, close the gap. And then the mask, please. You never come here. Come closer to your passport. Come closer. Yes, let's see all of you. All right. I can actually introduce you to anybody. I need you to introduce yourself. Start from the right, but this is how you do it. Tell us who you are, everything else about who you are. Your name, where do you think you come from? Why do you think you are here? And do you think you are in the right place? I won't repeat. But the last thing we need to hear from you is what do you think we don't know about you? That is very important for us to know. Right? Omang, that's why when I speak, people write. Yeah, why do you think you are here? And the last thing you must tell us, which you really want us to know about you, because why are your hearts beating so fast? All right, you have 1 minute each. I want to see Urnali manager na Belwood. You have 1 minute each. I'm counting. Please, let's give them the first attention that they would never forget.
And then, why do you think you are here? Jara ke le motjha, ha ke itse ne ke sa itse so more before than ditima tse di mo tholwana. Ne ke sa itse so more ka tholwana e molemo. So ke tsile go ithuta tse di pladileng. And then, do you think you are in the right place? I believe like in the right place. Lebaka la gore why ke le in the right place kore like ke rute batho ba bangwe ka tse ke ntse ke di rutiwa to make a difference actually. And then tell us about yourself. How would you ngwanyana o shy, I can say o pelwana gape ma go rata batho.
At least right here. Taro, do you understand why that question is important for us? Good. Let's all say hi, Charo. Thank you, Charo.
And then why what we don't know about yourself.
You've already told me that. That's what I needed to hear. Thank you, Charo.
Thank you.
Tell him the name.
And why do I think I'm here? I think most of all I'm here to learn, and I'm just here to contribute to the organization. Try to learn further about it and we'll continue to take it to the community at large. So now I'm in the right place because I'm the rather server community, and so I think most of all, but the fellow will continue towards the success. Something about myself. Exciting for I do to go on, but then I'm a very happy person.
Hi, Mukua. Dumela. Lebitso la ka ke Lebohang Mafabatho. Okay, lebitso la ka ke Lebohang Mafabatho. I'm originally from Virginia, but you know, can I do that in Bloemfontein? Why do I think I'm here? I'm here to learn, to prepare. Each of the second hand Roma, you know. One of the things and then they affect the performance. Do you think you're in the right place and why? Of course, I'm in the right place. Do you think you are in the right place? Yes, and why? Okay, the reason why I think I'm in the right place since 2018, I've been active in my community, advocating for young people. So more young people, more youth in Arona, obviously on the members of the LGBTQIA plus community. So you can say you are a youth leader, no community, and then go discriminate other members of the population. Tell us something about yourself. I'm a humanist. Humanism is nothing beyond human values. Relevate. I'll concentrate. Hi, Lemohang. Hi, Lemohang.
Why do I think I'm here? I think I'm here to serve people. I don't know what people this is, but only God knows. And I'm the one who put me here. So that's why I'm here. Do you think you're in the right place? Of course. Because I can especially high. So that alone tells me I'm in the right place. Tell us about yourself. You know, something you don't know about me. So, I'm an artist.
That's something you don't know about me. I love dancing. I love acting. I love anything art. I love.
Oh, hi, who? Yo.
Okay, Carl, Pito, ki Precious Mahamota, ki swa Betsanakit. Ki sebetsa ka Nketwana as a educator. Hobaneng ke nahana hore ke tlile mona. Taba ko ga ke re ga ile na bona ke sex ka nyana. So ke nahana ga ya ke ile na utlwa. Hobane ke nahana hore ke plekeng e right, ke nahana hore ke plekeng e right because ke motho wa batho, ke rata batho la tseba, ke le nna petelele. Ke kgona hore ke kene space se seng ka ba seng. Anyway, ke nahana hore ka ntse ka le ba. Ke kgona hore ke kene la ke sa tseng ke kgona kena hohle. Le mo kwetseng ke a kena ntatwana. So ka tsebang ka nna ke nahana hore sex se pedi tse tharo ke motho a itlana ithabetse ke rata batho a me fast line hape.
Hi,
Bomme le bontate. Ka lebitso ke Shady Ramaleng. Ke wela ka mo ka Khumele ka Wadeng. Ke lebitso le ya Sasa ke be mo ba tla ithuta ka seo lo mo sona. Ba tla ya pele. Se ke tswa mo sona. Say that word again. Do you think you are in a right place? Right. Sex activity, it's a good exit. Not components. Or how to see US working. Sex activity, then. You didn't know
Yes. Yes,
they get sex work. And no chain now. With sex work, the pure decayed. Banava, Aqua Dalbon. Pure decayed patriotion, the Borali, Kiko, Talibona Catamosini. Yes, like I'm 70. Come out. You are fun to now. So we are saying, you live on, my says that king. Okay.
Shirley,
Take the mic.
Thank you.
Capital Kalesan. Kina enjoy my bena, kita kau tahu no. Kina hari dimana because kita dah to a lot from this organization and to cope with it actually. Like the body space is eating or information. Do you think you're in the right place? Yes, I think I'm in the right place because now TG they have someone else have it or later. Yeah, so bye, you know, but yeah, thank you. Can I buy something one thing about it? Na I got this spotlight, that's something I'm taking care. So anyway.
Lebitso la ka ke Rethabile Fane ke Thini, ke sebetsa tholwana e molemo ke le Human Rights Violations Reactor. Mo ke hlang teng ke Mpatana hara Leqheka in the Highlands of Masele. Empa hona jwale tjena ke ntse ke fumane modulo Thaba Mogolong. Ke tlile mona that is a kopo botsa hore na ke tlile mo kapo ka batho ba Alright, le mona ho ke tlo tla ke tseba tholwana e molemo ka bophelo haholo. Empa ka hara tholwana e molemo ke tlile ka hara yona because ke motho a buang haholo a nang le ditsebo tsa bobohi ebile e le yona profession ya ka. Jwale ke nahana hore di-skill tseno tsa ka nka kgona ho di sebedisa ho etsa ntho e bitswang advocacy for human rights violations. Ke nahana hore na am I in the right place? Yes, of course I'm in the right place. Hobane ke sa ratuwe ke batho ba nang le bohlale bo tibileng haholo be leng hore nka ithuta ho tswa ho bona ho tswela pele ho atisa ditsebo tsa ka. One thing about myself ke hore ke motho ya sa tsebeng ho kwata. La nka ba ka kwata hona jwale tjena ho sa ntse ke senyehile. And yeah, ke tsona ditaba tse.
Re tsamaya. Sina le thuso motau ga ke ntse.
Dumelang.
Hai.
Ka lebitso ke Modise Matala from Bloemfontein, ngwana ha o mama. Wa Ushabela Bompati Street. Why do you think you are here? I'm here to make a difference in someone's life. You know, I'm here to gain knowledge. I'm here to learn. I'm here to grow my potential. Hence, do you think you're in the right place? Of course. If you sit in the right place, I don't think I would have gotten to this far. Yes. Tell us about yourself. I'm a very shy person. But I'm very bubbly. I'm very friendly. I'm able to listen to people. One thing about me, they always tell me, like, okay, they always say that to you, but I'm able to listen to anyone and really share experiences that, I mean, what we don't know about, what is that? That is a difficult one. But what you don't know about me is that I love music. I can do.
Ka lebitso ke Mahale Modimo, ka lebitso Mahale ke seni ke tswa Qwaqwa ke director hona Qwaqwa Montsho Motsenyane. Ke mona na ka baka la hore ke ile ka ba ka hara NGO ke le lay councillor ka fetela ho Debriefing hape. So ke ya kgona hore ke thabela hore ke be ka hara sebaka se leng ke kgona ho thusa batho ho sona. Ntho e leng mohlomong batho ba itsebe ka nna ke yona ya nna hore ke motho a shy, a sa batleng ho hata motho e mong di-cons. So that di ya go tlwaela batho kaofela ka nako e le nngwe, o nka nako fela hata batho di-cons ke a
Agenda Ambassador Tatulana. Why you are here? Kimona na ka go tiko tiko mo ka se dija se di sa ditiri kina na ga ditiva ba ka ba go tse ba ba holo ba tsebang ka tiko se ka ba makina information for LGBTQI community organization le ka tshiti ba ka di tse ba bona tsena tsona ka mamana ke na le knowledge e mo ke ba se di sa di ka tsona mona la be. Haholo ke se spacing ke kgona ho bua le ba batjha tsa gender kaofela lona ke thabile le hore ke ba monana ke di ntho di
Oh, saya have to be karena I'm a chap.
Nna ka lebitso ke Thato Morabe, ke hlaha Ladyspring, Masopa. Ke mona Tholwana ke le sebetsa as HTS, Student Communication Teacher. Ke nahana ke mona ka lebaka. Ke mona sebakeng se ke se ratang. Ebile ke thabetse ho ba sebakeng sena ho tlo ithuta. Ne ntse ke na le tse ding tse ngata tsa dintho, empa ho latela ho ntse ke di tjhentjhe. Ke re thola tsebo e nngwe e ne re nana ra e tseba empa re sa e tsebe. Ke a leboha ka seo. Like se karaba ka ke na le ke sebakeng se nepahetseng. Ke rata ho sebetsa ka batho, especially community. Hantle ke ne ke lakaditse ho ba nese bophelong ba ka. Mare ho latela ntho tse ding. Yeah, ke a believe ke tlo ba yona. Hape ke motho a ditlhong haholo. A sa bane ke nepe. Fela he ke motho a bonolo, ke se ke itlhokometse hore ke hodile. Ke kgona le ho etsa setswalle ka speaking ba. Dumelang. Ke nna Mama Lizobo, ke na le motho ke kopa le tsitse dijo, ke ne ke tloha ka fela ke Mama Lizobo. Ke tloha Bloemfontein originally, my country is London. I just came back 3 years ago. Ke tlo go dula mo Bloemfontein. And why do I think I'm here? Just to get to know each other, the whole Global Fund organization, so that we can have information, better experiences, better understanding, one, two, three, not an issue. And then, do you think you're in the right place? Yes, definitely. Because for the first time, there's a huge amount of growth in Lumbaka. I'm not just living intellectually, but socially, morally. I feel there's a lot of growth. And then, tell us about yourself. If you come to those speaking and then what you don't know about yourself, the adventures. I like hiking, as long as it's a amenity value saga, I'm open and free to try new things.
Originally from Pittsburgh, but I decided Makwat, the HCS and engage officer. Okay, why do I think I'm here? I've always worked in the field, but never considered a program like Carlos with a program, yes, except programs with you to take this lemon of each that, say cases I'm gonna sex with you and see things differently. I can hear Mutari Nahana, Mutari sex work in Nahana, how Maranutin and I have taken out its speed. I think I'm in the right place, yes. I am starting to know if I get to take a look again, I had a look again. Man, so starting from the trouble, I would like that. So being around people, maybe look about them help or take hold of that's what also then serving the community is what I do. So we have to do it. No, tell me what you talk. Like I said, I'm done. Okay, what do you need to know about me? Yes, on the case, that's the television. Ya ba fela bothata ba ka bona ka ka ja se ka bona ba go tswa mo a tshai ka nna tshwetsa le le tsebo ba di ke tse
That's great. Ka lebitso ke LJ Sebeo. Go na le mantswe a James Thompson, a poet, are a delightful task to rear the tender thought, to teach the young idea how to shoot. And mantswe a bua ka ntho e re utlwileng e le bua le le mona kaofela. The urge to learn, le batla go ithuta, and it's like a roller coaster, yeah, education. Today you learn this, hosane ba surprise. Doesn't matter, you become part of contributor towards development and towards sustainability, not yet beneficiary fela le maphelo a rona go tswedisa maphelo a rona pele. So you're at the right place, ya hore le tlo ithuta. Open up to learning, open up to be rebuked, and loving wena fatshe ema itlotlore tswela pele that vision ya tholwana ha e tsweleng pele for generations and generations to come. So there's an appreciation from Ntate Swati le Ndema Makhala, and to say thank you for choosing to serve. Thank you for choosing to serve batho ba tshwanang le lona, your communities, and continue to serve, listen up, selfishness. So, Ralewa, thank you.
Now, do us a favor, all of you standing up there, don't leave there before you hug somebody that is new as you are and say something beautiful to them. Whisper in their ear, anything you please. All right. May I? Yes. You ready? Thank you very much. Because you know me by now. I struggle to have a pulpit and stand behind the pulpit. Here is my next question. And if you volunteer to answer, you win. How are you? Not you, man. How are you? Thank you. Really? And I need to this. Oh, I need to be naked and tell you honestly, as if you're dying today. How are you? And please listen to that, because this is very critical for each one of us. If you don't know how the person sitting next to you is or feeling or where they are at, you might be their next victim, because they will react and not respond. Really?
Sometimes sometimes carrying something like that. You can go home. Have to go pull down higher. na le bana ba tsatsing, ba shebile transport. Even though everything finally turned out, I feel like there's no one who can worry enough. Di qualche fela, like, even lo fixing for the game fratello, ma tu fixing to your own. Mas parang what you say higher as it is. But because it will come to it, like a family like a easy, but I get to say it. But I can see in that. But I think after 4 days, the more, I think it's a hand to struggle. You know, I think to say it's a and the Kula Manta
How what have you career actually in savings program before becoming over the financial down. But I feel like this side are ready to at all. But I hope like this more it was really sharp, like that I get hungry. You like I do but the effects going it was una rimane presidente Malanga. Happy maybe at what is in the world as he going best of. So if I give this story, we wanna but I hope for the past 2 days or 3 days it's over 100%.
It's safe space for me, irrespective of where I have. William would not be in a position to say to me, this is how I feel about you. And when William says these things, William separates issues from people. Our biggest problem is that when people talk about how they feel, we place ourselves to become the issue. We replace the issue by ourselves instead of taking us out of the picture and having the issue being less. And I think this is a big lesson. That's why we need to hear what I'm saying. How can we improve? Who are coming to how many chronic illness? Example like now, I think was chronic
hypertension,
diabetes, high blood pressure, HIV, any, whatever. How can I be any yama to limpetula kufuko kinalo kaba kufuko kinfuko nagini tieti runa tu bani runa lepile batho ba ba retsa yona rona re iketsa kufuko ba rona ha o nne sipelo o re ha ke re teng ka o re hatsa ke fraba because with the frustration ya how well are we separating when But this exercise was simply meant to say, if o kgona ho bua ha o thabile, o le monate, o tshwere lotho, o fumane boyfriend, ba o sunne ha monate maobane, o kgona ho ngola hore situation right now. Okay? Le mohlang o feeling like millions we need to know. Because how sa re tsebisa, re qetetse status sa hao sa maobane. The love is in there. Ka di ba o lahlile ona maobane. This is why we are here. Where we work. You know who has this? Happen now. Who wants to be a volunteer? You, hana kgona ho karaba ona matshutiso. Wa tsa di budi di araba tšeo. HRA. Which program have I not covered? What? All HDS councillors together. All people together. All religions together.
Together. Together. The kilos and everything together. Yes, that's how I capture. Yes, the Buddha and everybody else that is our professional should face the head of Nadia. Oh, Luna, I want all of you together. With a man. And Molly and Tim Madawa. All right.
We take into aside.
Yes. We will change our sitting setup because we are going to work. I want to make a disclosure before we get into the session at 7. And many has proven that already. The session at 7 and you and I sense it. The guy it's an open old wounds. The guy it's a hurry. For a minute, I did not know this was wrong and it was done to me, and I have never said anything to anybody. Kayona. Is there anything I can still do, Kayona? That's how deep the session is. Conditionally one. When you feel that way at any given point during the presentation, find somebody you trust. Yoga young, and say, I can create a safe space. We're not creating platform where, how do I say, name and shame. No, that's not what we do. Because they too young. I get Lewy tutor. The pain and Nangiona, Riet Ankayona, Riakai Kayona. There's a book, yeah. It's called Where is God When It Hurts? You can Google that and find it. The author talks about the gift of pain in that book. It's a medical doctor, a deep researcher. I cover the issues of life, not only from a religious point of view, but he shares very interesting things about the gift of pain. Pain in now. Here is a perfect example. Hanga can no, Kabeke Robe. He came also everyone. Okay, go halfway. If there was no gift of pain, I would drag my broken leg. Ibe bonde, ibe hawe. This is something wrong. Pain does that. Helps you cut like I need to attend to myself. Now, but women hate pain so much that they don't want children to touch it. Women. The only person I can die and live for is my child. Again. One other doing William Natica 2 seconds from the regular clinic, Miss Porosayo. Unzoro, Magarami. How fika wana? guys better labor ward. You can't really this for okay, my love. Does the pain that you experience in the labor ward equal the joy of what you are now bragging about? My lovely daughter. That's the gift of faith. And we need to see it that way. How can I do it? When I was on to this compass. What have you just experienced now? You want to only that. Are we together? Sessional service and idea. Maybe for protection, prevention, prevention from sexual exploitation, abuse, and harassment. That's what is in acronyms. It was SIA. Are we the SIA bonga? SIA. Protection from sexual abuse, exploitation, and harassment. Page no. As we deal with the session for now. I'll talk on them. That's not what we want. We want us to expose ourselves to knowledge. See now, why would you play abuse, sexual? Why would you play exploitation, asexual? Why would you play harassment, asexual? Now, my colleagues for sexual program. How do I topic here? Who are the beneficiaries for sexual? You must be very careful. How do I see careful now? I didn't claim the with don't tell me. And we are about a party. And we will pass out what I Hanabon. Exactly. And then now, here Hamutan Twaramu, all of me and dance a little bit. Untwaramo, but for another person, it is a no-go area. But because our beneficiaries are in that business. Client here, now, how shall we start what we are talking about? For that key population, you need to be contextual. But for the rest of us internally in the organization, but what we are already aware, and please hear me. Hakiri from after me speaking. The first time put up presentation,
I get a presentation, I get straight move. All of you know me by now. What is my love language? Who do I not touch? Tell me. I do that because it is my love language. If you want to read about that, there's a book called 5 Love Languages. It talks about all these different languages. If my love language is that, and and stop her comfortable, stop must say to me that as I come home to Hatanati, Mary, somebody go on and out of and where as stop as a usual, I won't stop. My host abuse, kapaki exploitation, kapaki harassment. But was I a fair of an when I get to our next year, so now, if you don't tell that you don't like that, will create a problem. I mean, but say, Sister G, if you know when you look at this year, in Namaha, over that is to hold up, when it's needed to look at this. Sexual abuse.
No.
Sexual harassment.
No.
All right. Sister G hasn't quiet and that when you're mad, but even that take time to manage. I don't want to hear you. My dear Sister G, you know, some of the family Cooper, what it is, the face is like. There's a very thin line, very thin. And it's about halafela. I'm not here to Abu. Abu, how's Abu? Or the Kenya Matat in another. Nella, Emma. Nella di Papi for an in Nalwe. The Kenya Matat hang on. And we easily get to be misinterpreted. My last lap, my lost lap, because Harry shaking before no. I read text now. I read in all this stuff. Yona, Mato, little so penny. Masoti in the so. Okay. Windows. Okay. Now I'm bringing this home. How some party? Ukala board. Uncheva so. Ngati baka bangasti no how by. Unche ah. I think they'll be all right. It's allowable. Love our man who said no man. Once full. Whatever this talks the positive language. This is a negative language. Maria will choose true contrary. Hi, Banning.
utlwa a positive language. Confirmela hore wa e utlwa and ha ona bothata. Kapa confirmela hore wa e utlwa mara o utlwa o na le bothata hobane ha o sa etse jwalo e ya ho. Le bona bophelo ba rona bo Exactly. Exactly, sister. Sister G, ba jwetse hore o tlameha o ya clinic-ing o lo dumedisa ntate. And you never get to understand these things. Sister Nell, o tshwantse o ye clinic-ing ya ntate mang e leng bana le ba bitsang ba OPM. And ha o fihla mo tshwantse o lo kana ka ofising ya OPM teng o dumedise. O kitwa ba wa eletsa anything. OPM ha understand hore o drawela unnecessary attention. Una le bo sister ba kae mona ha hae ba sa ba the same attention. Ya e fang a stranger in some to life. And how wena o tlabe go be santate every other time o a gona go fa medication sister Jabu. Bo sister bana ba sebetsang le OPM. They will give you help. See how simple this is, no? But they are dangerous. Let's bring it home. Well, listen. How many hours do you spend with packing Murut? With Murut in a day? 9 hours a day. Alisa utaka scout. Muruti na ureka country. No, I'm bringing it home. And bajala ko office ya palace. And I'm ruti ataka office ya palace. Baba nka ofela ba tsama. Bazar dikele berasu kudi. Now, when we create Meliko, you see how innocent these things are. Muruti is struggling, got disrespect and other things high. Who becomes the work wife? Yamuruti. Each kamulo momu elele wa high. Wa mata uyalkeishini awena wa shami mo. Come on, talk to me. Talk to me. To me, how much time do you spend doing it? Do you understand how these things are innocent, but people can turn them around so horribly that they cost you your job? Am I talking to myself? I can tell my name. Can't be 200 yards. It's okay for me. Anyone understand that I'm meeting? They're shouting, not a problem. That's a Zimba, listen to the unnecessary to the of that. Now, but the next person watching that interpretation next time kita mali Sister G, the same Nelly asked about how I treated her and looked after her. Here and I and I can guess. I thought I can put. And then this thing talks to these things. What I'm telling you, how's that about now? That day, Bataya, Baba said, "Oh, I am a tree." But who not be to require it's a 150. I little do. I do. You see how things are. Now, let me speak to those of you that are married. Actually, investing case. There's a girl I found investing. Maybe to like it to be my own. Those of you that banang leading CUT now. Julie is leading administration now. CUT. I feel like investing in the first day. Julie was just a Julie Kibatwana about technologically set. But Julie was in the bedroom, administration, applications, and graduations. Now, one place I can see potential where nobody sees it. And I will go find it, drag it, dust it off, polish it off, because I believe you do not compete with me. I give you that opportunity because I want you to become better than me. And when you become better than me, the credit still comes. I found to be there. Just at your offer, brought her close to me and called her my 2IC. Juby is married to the national capacity, the national capacity. I'm going to use one more national capacity. But you are obviously vexed and you go. That was feeling the same opportunity like Julie. But what I get that I will never have Munda, why Julie, excuse me. Why? And that will be guess who protected me from her husband? Only person that can protect me from you, from your girlfriend, from your husband, from your friends. If you choose to throw me under the bus, how can I be in how about the you will never. Ke makala ko ba le motho wa ha ke kala le mmona tropo antse ba go kwa I then get to know the story. This is how sensitive this is. I want to pause here for a second and take a quick reflection. Just on this interaction. Let me see. This is your weekend. It's not mine. Okay, stop me. People say. Well, now with our support, there's no life and put yourself in that space. Redirect yourself.
Even though it's a little introduction, I don't know how it is at the 2020. I will we get to even the way flying until things get out of control.
So, now I started, like it was a line and he never started realizing especially when it comes to trans men and bullshit. In the case I oh, okay. In the case I go, I just kind of go, especially if you're coming to a space where like, what are the explore? You want time to and then bona something else. And rather how also careful enough man of about like for example, you would say now by preference for to create a safe space like that. Yeah, but my personal number. Or if you find yourself in a situation let's talk about use of agents. This is where you find it. But when I started, I did not think from so what had I did take out 1 a.m. You have some radi down, and then I got at the end of the day, and nice system and impression. So these are the things that we want to the as we services, we protect and prevent victims.
I knew you would find yourself. That's why I was picking up on you. Just hold on that one. So you remember your experience. Yeah. You still do. Just share that one. Thank you.
The new pictures.
Yes. I got people are talking, so I know what you are going to say. And for me, it's important. For me, it's important that we use lived experiences that than pure hearing from the presentation. Yes, Ms.
All right. What's nice about this session, think about our work we are having it's protected by people who don't have anything inside. So yeah, I think it's really leadership. So my wife,
Yeah, it feels good. I know that.
So my wife is a consulting coach in the system.
Yes.
So when it comes to good social work, I would have but because of the social work and the in for understand, I will always encounter I get a sex work.
Yeah.
So to make transition about emotion, it was sort of easy for aim, but it does not mean for it. What emotion that you're taking to the landing sex work today. Yeah, for kids, they get some like a food and a especially awkward hours. So that's like we create. So it becomes easier when your partner understands. Those who are married and those who are in very serious relations. It becomes easier how to have out that the kind of job they do. So that the end, as you are sensitive, you need to sensitize your partner. As much as you go out there to sensitize stakeholders, sensitize your partner, it also means for the I'm in a position here for the specific but I can open that non-verbal cues. I keep a straight face. I need to keep a straight face so that the work relationship between
They are very sharp. Tsamaya mmogo. Like rona ba itse gore ba bua yang le motho wa ntate ba approach ya motho wa ntate dinyana tse di yang. So I need to constantly be on guard to say I can really get a wrong impression. And in posa gore ke tla go ipina gore le be ke aparang ka teng. The way ke tshwarang ka teng ga ke na le botho. It has to be different. It has to be in this close up for ha asumila ampona aba asumila ampona. Not because we need, but because we need to choose. So smaller things, how you dress, the way you do an thing, the way you travel that thing, how you because I care about when I can have so I still need to be professional, whether bad thing because even in my case, mostly I will make about trouble. It's an animal. You and I had this stuff. I know my staff. I know my team members. Luena, how's it, man? Siami. Okay. Trago Maracasti.
Okay. Mine, I can say it's much similar like they are activity. Remember, we started to run about what TV. Now, but what about my father? Let's see if I look at it now, watching, I know I will not remember. Since the thing that I came to live another time. So kita mai and I know high como si escuela about baba na para que baba ni different baba modela you can imagine when we talk of sometimes some I don't know and after long time oh, you are now getting out. So now, it means now this thing is now coming on gradually. Yeah. So now, what you are assisted with the background they are like that. So you can keep her grounded, irrespective of the opinion of our but now and how we in our house communicate and share our beliefs and our participation. Now, me coming to sex again. Okay. Now the question is, how many meals are you in the program? The rest give us problem. Obviously, it's true. Then I went back for the reason why I'm here is not what you need to do, and let's focus. He is a good student. So it really the spiritual belief is really grounded there and it really make her understand the kind of work that I do. And then again discuss how we differentiate from work and other stuff that are related to. But then it's important for the communication each and every time have an application. Yeah, somewhere in the room, but I have a lot of things that going on.
Thank you. Big Mama. Big Mama Mkhotiak.
Ditaba tsena tse re di buang. Boiphihlelo ba hao fielding. Ka ditaba tse tsa tlhekefetso. Thuseng ka Sesotho ena. Tlhekefetso yona ke e tshwere, ke abuse. Exploitation ke eng? Thuseng ka Sesotho. Ho sebediswa hampe. Le ho hlekefetsa. All right. Dilemo tseo di sebeditseng programming. O itemohetse ha kae hore ho bonolo jwang hore di-client kapa di-beneficiary tseo di sebedisang di iphumane di le boemong bo, ba tseba kapa ba sa tsebe. Ebe wena o etsa jwang ha o so tsielehile, o so sa tsebe hore na o etsa jwang? How can it tell me? Wait. Hey. Hey. Ha taba tseo di etsuwa wena o le staff sa Thulwana, whether ke batho ba Thulwana kapa ke di-client tsa o hlotse o etsa exactly. Did you pick that up? If we got about Papamise Matsomo who have ever been suicidal, it can be over half this room. Mari, ki haka aere kgethang ho bua. Ki haka aere kgethang ho bolella motho e mong. Last comment. Let's get your view.
Mr. S, you just whispered in my ear that you need my view.
Yes, I do.
So, I've been told many times I don't know my place. There's nobody in my family like me. I offend people. Men think this woman doesn't know she's a woman. Why doesn't she see I'm a man? And I'm supposed to be respected in a particular way by a woman. Yeah? And then all the people will be like, why doesn't this young person know that she is young? And I'm supposed to be respected as an older person by this young person. And then I will meet my lesbian LGBTI who will be like, yeah, but you're supposed to be extra nice to me, extra. Don't treat me like everybody else because you are one of us. You're supposed to understand me better than those others. And in fact, you're supposed to forgive me when I do something wrong even more because you're supposed to understand me even better. And if I love you, you're wrong if you don't want me because you're supposed to want me. Do you understand? Like now I've got all these expectations from so many people. And then now, if I'm saying no to everybody, but I'm disagreeing with you, I'm making enemies everywhere I go. So if you wanted me and I say no, now you'll be like, I don't like her. You know? If you thought now, as my senior or my elder, I disrespected you, and then I didn't apologize, you'd be like, no, sorry, I don't like her. Yeah? If as a man, you were like, no, Sana, you didn't treat me the way I like to be treated as a man. And I'm not saying sorry for that. They'll be like, I ain't no sorry, I don't like that. There we go, Mr.
Thanks, Nathan. Thanks, Nathan. You see your experience here when I sexual exploitation, abuse, and harassment will always be different. And yeah, how take that I look at it irrespective of level yayo, in a negative effect, aliens are where. Wow, I knew you would find yourself looking. Happiness.
Good afternoon. In a workplace where we get I tell you, if how can for people out mostly husband and lesbian and happy go but so so slightly it's a word of the high. So how about you know what so happy so keep on moving and then talk about my contact numbers I see yeah but keep on moving maybe I see our pictures so didn't like something like the man how about and like about
you see how real this is for them. But now she tries on her own to find till I also survive. But this is a constant thing every day because we must keep going to the same client and give the same service a professional to the same client. Same line. Okay. Oh, my opinion is not fine. Right. Taking up some subject. Okay. Nobody sleeps during my presentation. What are we saying? Read for us.
To build awareness on SIA or SR staff, sub-recipient staff, to be able to mitigate the risks of SIA and respond safely and effectively to allegations of SIA when they occur.
Hold it. Number one, we're busy guy awareness. Obama. SR staff kimamu. Kimang SR. Kimang SR. Or hadin to say the tal o kone wezang. In risks. Yeah, in sexual exploitation, abuse, and harassment. Not only to mitigate. How get to mitigate the thing? But respond at once. Safely. Then we'll have a camp. We'll have a blocker. You responded how? Safely. Not only safely, but effectively. How now did the allegations say? How did that? I'm a new one. I saw it. Let me. Sister Dini,
You are next. What's happening? What's happening here?
To foster an understanding of key concepts and definitions of different types of sexual misconduct, like sexual exploitation, abuse, and harassment.
Ntho ye nngwe le ye nngwe eo o sa e utlwisising eo o fetolela sera. Dai, e fasa molaleng. Ha e fase mona Mofokeng. Ntho e nngwe le e nngwe eo o sa e utlwisising, you abuse it. That's why it's important that you get to understand key concepts. Key concepts mona ke sexual exploitation, abuse, and harassment. Le hore di na le mefuta e mekae, ha se one size fits all. Male zile man. Male zike. Male zike. O nahana mefuta ye ya dintho tse re buang ka yona, tse ka hlahelang male zi. Ke tse Madibopo kae? Kana. Ha o bapisa male zi le Madibopo. Taba tse di ka etsahalla male zi le Madibopo ka tsela e jwana. Hobaneng? Or but now do you understand that? So that is why o leng bohlokwa hore o utlwisise hore na dintho tse di etsahala kae. Ha o sa utlwisisa o na kgona ho sebetsana le tsona. Thank you, Sister Dineo. Now, ha le ya website ya Global Fund, you're not going to do that here and now. I really want you will find all the policies. Global Fund policy framework relevant to protection from sexual exploitation, abuse, and harassment. You will do that and find them. With a introductions to SIA, which we will do. You will find introduction to SIA capacity standards, which is our presentation copy. More than 9 standards. Risk assessment tools and capacity assessment. You don't know if you have 9 standards. How does the policy in Zabon, victim-centered approach. Social worker, victim-centered approach. Thank you, man. When is called by Jude. One example here, client-centered approach that the social worker is given right now. Hey, this that is part of the presentation.
Lebohang. Yes, Lebohang. I'll go to Tsenulo. I'll go to Kestra. I'll go to one last hand. Oh, how not the last hand? That's fine. In that order, quickly. One. Who's next? It's Arab again. Madam, yeah, principal, I don't know. You are a star. You shine during the day. Come on. Yes. Pune. Pune. Merci, Wite. Miguel, paraliga. Do it.
We ask the client, how can we help you? Meaning that clients have determined the kind of care or help they want.
Good.
Thank you.
Now, give me an ambulance. Deliberate. I think I'm legal. The discipline level high. I think I had all the heads. I think I had all. Yes, sir. And now it's with just about one of them. I can be able to prove me wrong. It's all relevant. Keep it up. Oh. That's a thing to prove client must be at the center. May we? Looking, praise ya karabo yung bilhin nyo. One last answer. Yes, Nella. Trying so hard. You know who am I?
Nella competizione che ho usato, ma non è guarda si può uomo.
Labana gather. Get some understand the concept. You don't wear a number. You understand the concept. That's what we do. Now can tell them. We are doing it on spirit. 3 minutes summary. No, not 3 minutes, too long. 1 minute and 30 seconds summary ethics.
Hey, all right. So the ethics have to do with what is right and what is wrong. If we work on ethics, between social work and client, psychologist to the client here, it means part of your ethics is already. Like what German scar, not what like how to try to remove yourself from such situations because all this the banana ethics how part of the ethics you go scan number that line and part of the ethics you go avoid as much as possible locally open to the line because they create the unnecessary attachments and you blind and they what should you do and what should you not do. That's why I influence about it. Yes, especially how to study clients. So the ethics have to do with what is right and what is wrong. So the ethics is to protect our learning clients. My difficulty here in leadership here for how the psychologist client is not whenever talk to them. Or I know because
I know you just should complete it on a controversy like that. Massive, lunar social work. At like they say, they rather not like a ulam.
Something like that. It's another issue of confidentiality. Where somebody's life is at risk, we are obliged to share that information with the relevant law official. While now we are still with the line of the as well as reporting the motion. It is my obligation as a social worker and the global because under a dollar, you don't go to the life and by reporting, you will understand I'm not supposed to see, but this is our now, it's about my people. And the people are going to be humanization. That's how you take so that person will not see another.
No. Thank you. Okay.
I'm conflicted to the honesty and because it's a safe space that we will be trying in terms of practice. Personally, that we will be in a space here LGBT and we find where it is not for me to give example to the brand for and I'm saving the clients of brand for. And now the dating sector it's very small.
I like it.
And then you find that everyone who is a client, you know, yes, because I think it's probably a challenge to a lot of our community, LGBT. So it's a very small sector, right? And staying in the same pool, right? Because it's small, you might find
utswala lenyalo. And now ethically, maybe conditions that won't allow you work. Man, because it's a Tulane, why am I approaching Mutual over the client? And how to approach first only over a client salary? Then who are you going to approach? Because how do you in Joburg, what the spaces? The pool is bigger. And now, how do you come for like time? I never put to a how, you know, and in terms of doing what's right and what is wrong. How do you draw the line in that space to say, hey, temptation and at the same time, I'm also human. And the second, community, like, it's quite, hey, there's not a guy to love you, and how much about all that? You know, maybe
I get you. Now, Sana, would you understand? Yes. Ruth, I need you to wrap it up. Mother, you want to have a bite on this? I'm just checking. I'm going to get a client-centered approach. Okay, Ruth, let me start here and then come this way. Mother will give us her last opinion. Quick. I think it's a safe space.
Well, once again, colleagues. Well, and it's been ever since I've joined the organization. It's like a and we approach the client.
Oh, it is us. All right. No, we check it.
So the mechanism making with actually here I'm here to help this very same person who's approaching me. You understand? So now you are a client, you approach me until it's about the ethics, you don't become friends with the client, you don't become lovers with this client. What you do, you can actually remember the ethics. It's I'm the service provider. I am not a space whereby you go to the move, you understand? So now I am making sure that the document that the cases are hard. As a period gate, I'm making sure that the provide the services the HTS. To prep. But other than that, beyond that, maybe I can at least try over but beyond assisting the center. Organization
no fraternization room. Eh? Who was next?
Nasana and
Nasana, Kespa, no. Ruti reps this up. Issue Mantiti. Ruti closes it off. My land is out now, but I'm ready for anybody else. Quick, guys. Quick.
All right. Yes, we do get approached by clients, né? So I personally wouldn't do something in private that I can't own up to. Do you know what I mean? So I think, I'm not sure what our HR policy says, né? If you can confide in a colleague that you are struggling with a particular issue, whether you're confiding in the social worker, what is the ethical thing? Like, do I tell this person, listen, you know I work for the organization that's going to come and test you and whatever. If you and I have sex right now, are you going to use this against me? When you are angry with me and this doesn't work out, are you going to use it against me? Are you going to be, you know what I mean? So test the person. Do they have the core and the moral character? And also, are they using you? Are they trying to get a t-shirt? Why do they want to have sex with you? Do you know what I mean? Like, get to know this person. You know, me, I would be very quite frank. If it's not a thing of we're gonna have sex right now, ne? And I can wait until tomorrow because this thing can happen immediately without me having a chance to speak to the social worker, ne? So if the person who wants to have sex with you right now, just find out right now, ne?
So now I'm gonna check with this person, ne? Are you doing this because you're drunk? Are you doing this because I'm drunk? Am I drunk am I too drunk to, you know what I mean? Like, say it. Or, I mean, if you don't speak, I mean, is consent really there? Are you gonna like, no, I was drunk, da, da, da. Check, Uba, how is this happening? If you can wait until the next day, confess to a social worker, confess to a colleague, so that tomorrow when you're asked, it's not something you have to hide. Do you know what I mean? And then if it becomes serious, then you have to even disclose. Uba, client number, so and so, and I are really not secret lovers anymore. We are real lovers. And when one day they're angry with me and weep and I break their heart, a human rights violation could happen. And they could say a lie or the truth or whatever nature your relationship was. Do you know what I mean? So now are you gonna have sex with somebody that is questionable in their nature? Do you want to have sex with somebody like that? Do you want to have sex drunk, whereby you are going to be too embarrassed to admit that you even do it? You did it. This pool is very small, ne? And you're an intelligent guy. Can't you find another intelligent guy? Most intelligent guys are not even at the tavern. They are sitting on social media in secret little like, what are those platforms? Like dating sites.
Yeah.
Ne? And then they writing nice sapiosexual messages to each other. You know, you don't have to have this like serious temptation, you know? That's what I'm
Thanks,
gonna say about it.
Yes, you're getting hot under the collar, eh? Nelly, you also in the fray.
Yeah, in theory of ethics, maybe in response to LJ's concern, in theory of ethics, we do find a term called ethical dilemma. And what LJ is sitting here with is an ethical dilemma because
Not that, my friend.
yes, it doesn't matter what I do because the circle is small. I don't engage. It means I'm lonely, and when I'm lonely, I'm not gonna be. Yes, I'm not happy. If I do it, I'm wrong because now I'm against the policies that the organization. So here it is where now you look at the best interest. What is really, really important, because with ethical dilemma, now you look at your own moral obligations. What is it that you subscribe to as a person? To say, what is important? Is it me, yeah, or my happiness, or is it my employment? Then you make a decision, and whatever decision that you have made it, you stick by it. Whether it hits you, it was your decision.
Thanks, Casper. Nelly, Antiti, and then we shall we go into Mauritania.
That's what I wanted to say.
Are you also joining the fray? Yes, Nelly.
I think what we need to do as people, you don't try by all means not to open a can of worms for yourself, and it will then become problems for you. Be able to set boundaries. I think Unosana touched on it. The temptations, you need to be able to fight the temptations. And know your mind, your head will always tell you, there's always that small voice that tells you exactly, but like, this is totally wrong. So we need to listen to that, but a lot of times we tend not to listen to that, and then we find ourselves in the hot water.
Thanks very much, Amy.
Everyone. I just want to touch on LG ethical dilemma. And I just wanted to add my ethics and dilemmas that a human being find themselves in. So touching on what Melissa has mentioned about making sure that we don't have multiple relationships with a client. So from that, my understanding is that when you are a professional, the first relationship you have with the client is a client and professional relationship, right? And when that border has been crossed, then you risk the element of having your relationships, with them jeopardizing the relationship issues of unprofessional influence. However, touching on what Usmani had said and Rita had said, we do understand that there are situations and circumstances that can force a professional to actually notify, what's the word? Declare of the situation that they find themselves in and request to be removed from being the direct professional that assists them. So I just wanted to add that in cases where you find yourself in that type of situation, you need to declare and also ask for removal. And then also seek counseling for both you and the client so that every aspect of the situation can be covered professionally.
Thanks, man.
Right, like it was because I don't want us to be kind of worried and then when we get home, we still start with the same situation. Because this is the TLS model, our whole home is different, however, how I survive, I am whatever I am. We can be in whatever state, I will still be the same person. That is why I've made already individual, especially as well as states of the even when we are where we are, I will still be the same age in the TV model. So that's how I move the world. Especially AI creations becomes one of the models. How you know you are representing the organization, how you are something else. Because now they align your behavior and organization happening young. So I have never decided to say particularly between second and
Nkare ho na le batho ba nang le obsession nyana ke mosebetsi. So ha ba le teng ba ona ba tlile ba ntshela ba le ya ba ke mona mo ile hore ja bua mo ha ke mo tla etsa jwang. Ba ba nyane ja bu le yena o tla le lonely nyana mo ya ba o tlameha ho dira a ipetche le motho ne mara jwale ka mora moo ya ba ho hlaha bothatanyana bo itseng mosebetsing ha ke sa sebetsa ha nna ke motho wa utlwa hore ke entse phoso e ka ke tlotse di-ethics tsa ene e le hore re ne re jetsane le motho na re utlwetsana fela ha se ka le kamosena le motho ya ba motho yona o ntlollotse ka tsela ya mokgojwana ke phoso ke go ba le ngarabeng ke phoso na
This is not a very difficult thing to do. If you go by the book, like if you go by the book, house is right. That's the one part of it. You need to ask to be removed. The other part here, you need to take the client through the process. I know what you need to talk about healing. Take the client through the process of healing. Like if you are rendering a service. After you have rendered the service, and sitting here, we know there are people who are married to their clients. There are psychologists, social workers who are married to their clients. Now, you need to get to a point where you terminate that relationship, their client therapist relationship. I think the relationship so the client therapist relationship needs to be terminated. It needs to get to a point where this relationship is terminated and everyone knows what this relationship is terminated so that the personal relationship can now be clear. So it means that relationship, therefore, it needs to get to that point. If it needs to be done in the writing, then it will be done in the writing, but it needs to be clear to everyone. So your need needs to be either terminated because the other thing is when you choose to remove yourself from that situation, you are essentially terminating that relationship. But that does not mean from a people have to ask for it. And you are terminating it because you want to pursue this person. But you can't really pursue this person
right at that moment. Motho le ene o tshwanetse gore a utlwisise gore, man, this relationship, it is an emotional attachment. It's not because of that, because that always happens every night. Every person in root. Essentially, in its technically, in its mood, when they can take services spiritual. Yeah. But it needs to get to a point where this person does not glorify me and falls in love with this thing that is on the pulpit. She needs to understand there's he said so outside of the pulpit. If she falls in love with the person on the pulpit, exactly. That's why they become this illusion. Is so fascinating. Yes. It's because this person is falling in love with this image, but does not know what to do. That's why you need to make the point that when you terminate the relationship, is actually in love with the fact that someone is healthy. So why what any exciting emotions are not kind of what bad. Yes, you're the one to help, but not the one to marry. So get to a point there for the terminate. It also means, as we talked when about it, it also means for the as a professional, you train your emotional intelligence. Be able to sit down and say, this is what I am feeling about this situation and about this person. And then emotional intelligence will tell you for the money. Look at the I got to know because the consequences but if you don't have emotional intelligence, you're not gonna get to a point where the actions so the fact that we don't look at the is because we don't have emotional intelligence as professionals. And maybe that's a discussion that we need to have. And by the way, leadership, we are essentially talking about emotional intelligence because it takes emotional intelligence for the people to say, I can try drama queen. I'm a guy, I'm straight. But when I come to I get some of it, they can try to be into the yana. I try to be her in the raps. I'm trying as Mr. So I there's a huge difference between highly raps and Faran. It's a second understanding for it. In that, we start off on a left possibility for it. It's not exciting emotions. But highly raps and Faran. It's a second understanding for it. So, in our number, maybe we also need to address issue emotional intelligence. Look for it. Either am I young as colleagues.